Welcome, everyone, to the JP Network. If this is your first time meeting me, my name is Paul, and if that is you, then you're probably not my friend. But with that said, our channel is to focus and educate and inspire Westerners like yourself that you don't need to feel alone. That just like me and my wife, you can too find love beyond the sea. Today's topic is to identify some common Filipino scams and possible red flags when looking abroad for your Filipino wife. If this is your first time coming to our live stream, please like and subscribe to Joanna and Paul. I'll show you real quick. To Joanna and Paul and Bob from Love Beyond the Sea. With that said, I'd like to introduce my co-host and good friend, Bob from Love Beyond the Sea. How you doing, Bob?
Good, Paul. I was just checking my YouTube channel there. I'm not on the studio, and there's still nothing there. It's still on the premiere coming up, notification thing. So I'm sure it'll work out. Maybe there's a lag here, but it still says one watching, but there's nothing.
Yeah,
I guess I have to click
check
on
for
it.
you real quick.
Never mind. I think I need to actually click on it.
I think you are.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm just going to pause it so we.
It does say you're live. It does say you're live. So
there's one there, and I didn't click on it like I should.
Okay. So with that said, So with that said, for my audience, Bob, just give a quick overview of you. We have a very similar background story. We both are married to Filipino women, and we both search online for our Filipino wives. A lot of other people would tell you would actually tell you to go over there to find yourself a wife. Now, I don't think that's a bad idea, but if you're kind of pressed for time, you kind of have more of an established here. You don't really have that kind of choice to just stay over there for a while trying to find the right kind of woman, right?
That's the problem. I just talked to a gentleman last weekend, and he said he's only got 2 weeks.
Yeah,
he's going to spend time with only one person, and that's it. And he's only got 2 weeks. Yeah. Now, hopefully the next time he can go, he's got a little bit more time to get married, because he can only, I don't know if this counts for your every trip there or just the very first one, but when you go there, you can't just get married. You got to wait 10 days. And I married on our first trip there. So he just has to make sure he understands that maybe on his second trip there, if he's going to propose and get married, that he might not be able to for 10 days. So you take that into account and try to be clear on that rule. I'm not sure, because it was my first time, and we did have to wait 10 days to get married. It turned out being 12 before we could get all the details, the clothes fitting, and all the people on the wedding side having the right shoes and dresses and matching everything, But yeah, it's a lot easier. I think I'm a proponent of doing it online, not because I did, but because you can get to know somebody pretty good online before you decide to go out there and spend what precious time you have in person. But you can learn a lot online, and there's some things to look out for that if you're not careful, you might miss. And those are some of the things we're going to cover here today. There's red flags, whether they be obvious to an experienced person or very, very subtle.
Yeah. I kind of added a little bit also scammers, the idea of scams too. This is just kind of an addition to that, but I mean, it does cover a whole broader topic regarding that. I just want to put a disclaimer up here. This is our own personal thoughts. Everyone, there is an exception to the rule, but this is just our observation for our particular topic, what we're going to be talking about with what to watch out for with Filipino scams and or red flags. A scam would be the identifying that the fact is that they're actually trying to use you for a particular reason. And a red flag is something just like a type of woman to avoid. That's probably not the best kind of fit that you need in your life.
And you want to recognize the red flags, because the goal could be to be scamming you.
Exactly.
And you need to have your eyes open. Philippines Express, are you questioning something about the topic today? You're welcome to explain yourself. We want to have people chiming in and letting us know what you're thinking about.
Exactly. Yeah.
You don't have to agree with us, but I would like to understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. this is an open discussion. We can address it and stuff, and you can definitely, yeah, you can put in your input, and we can go back and forth, and this is completely open. So with that said, we're just gonna go ahead and go to our to you know to our topic. Subtle or not so signs of red flags that you should consider when finding the right Filipina in your life. So I think these are open topics. So that we're not going to be able to cover all of them today. There's way too many the possibility out there in life that we can't even possible. But we're just going to cover some general ones that we observed in life, and I think that's where we're going to go for. What do you think, Bob?
That's what we'll do. Welcome, Tall Tech, the Tall
Yeah.
Tech. Appreciate you joining us here
There
tonight.
you go. Yeah.
And I didn't say
Yeah.
earlier, but I got married in 54 days. So I
Hmm.
had to be pretty sure
Yeah.
that I wasn't missing something and getting scammed. Now I didn't get scammed, but we won't talk about green flags tonight, but there are good positive signs that you don't have to worry about red flags. Those are green flags. If you see certain things, you're in the right direction. But if you see certain other things, and maybe your friends will notice these when you don't. So I think it's always this comment here, this to say this, that keep somebody abreast of what you're doing, whether it's a trusted family member
Are you saying like
or
accountable or
a
like
trusted, just to watch your back
okay?
and say, you know what? What do you think about that? Did you notice that? Did are you sure? Because the guy can get so wrapped up in the emotions and the romance that they don't realize that girl just said she loved you the first time you chatted, or she mentioned, you didn't catch this, but she mentioned some relative just fell off a bike or something, or somebody is going to be graduating, they need to throw a party. Man, right away you start hearing that stuff, you might as well just run.
Yeah.
You've got to take these things. Philippine Express, I did marry the first one I met in person. I talked to like 4 or 5, and I've got them all here on a list of
Yeah.
paper
I
on this
think
notebook here
yeah.
from 2015. And I talked to 4 or 5. They were all very pleasant. My wife, however, didn't like me talking to other women. No Filipina wants you talking to other women. So, since she was the only one that expressed that and had the guts to tell me, I told the others I was going to focus on her. They told me I was doing the right thing. They hoped we would get married. If it didn't work out, I knew where to find them. And that shows the class of the women that I was talking to. I don't know what I did to deserve that. I just picked people I thought were good women that I might want to, looking at their profiles, and I went to talk to. And my wife wanted me to go steady, so we went steady, and we got married real fast because of that singular focus. And I didn't see any red flags. Now, I didn't know much then as I do now, but I still didn't see any red flags as I look back.
I just want to interject. Philippine Express, I think everyone's entitled to have their own opinion about either meeting them in person or online. People here in America, we meet people online, and and then we go on them on their first date. Sometimes we hit it off with them. But you can learn a lot from meeting someone online. It gives you time to answer ask the right kinds of questions throughout that. I had over 20 different possible women that I was talking to, and I had to narrow it down to one. I actually narrowed it down to one that I thought I liked, and I found out that she was the wrong one. And then I went back online again, and I found somebody who did fit better in my agenda. And you can, it's not entirely impossible to do this, to find the right kind of person online. You just have to ask the right kind of questions, right, Bob? Oh, here he
On
is.
my website, I've got
Yeah.
4 different lists of questions to ask at the appropriate time. You don't jump in and get too personal. You start breaking the ice, then you move, if you're still interested, to this level, and then I think I might want to propose to her level questions. And Paul, I tried responding and posting a comment here at the Philippines Express, and then I lost you. Then I had to go back into StreamYard. So
it's okay. Yeah, I noticed that, and it's
did I
perfect.
click something wrong? Like I moved my finger? Can I was just going to respond to him.
Oh, it's perfectly fine. You can respond to him, and then he asked me, if I was juggling one woman at a time. At one particular time, yeah, I was juggling 20 women, but I soon hide my profile, and I decided to not do that anymore. I decided to focus on only a selective few because it was too intense to do so. I have a normal job, and I can't try to message every single one to figure out who's the right one. It wound up being I stopped talking to over 20 of them, and I started just only talking to 4 of them. And actually, the one I found was number 5. So, but that was the one I'm with now. That's the one I decided to marry, and that woman showed more initiation than the other 4 that ever did. So,
Now I don't understand this Philippines Express. I've never heard Chicks Boy. What does that mean?
They call that Chicks Boy. Oh, okay.
Well, who's a Chicks Boy?
I don't even know.
I'm trying to learn here. I'm not being criticized.
I don't really know, but he's whatever. Yeah. So we're just going to overlook that. We're just going to go into our topic now. So, stick around and we're going to go forward.
What do you got?
Yeah. So the first topic is slow to go on camera, possible catfishing. So with that said, we have the possibility of a particular woman that would be possibly afraid to show her face. In the past, I've actually talked to women that would not want to go on camera, or you would obviously, when the moment they were able to show you on camera, you could tell that they were trying to catfish you or try to act this way, and it wasn't an actual video of her. I would ask her to do something like show me your index finger or something, and she couldn't do it, and then she popped offline, and then it was obviously, it seemed more like a possible recording, or even something of that nature, and the possibility that they might be hiding something from you. What do you think, Bob?
Anything that strikes you as a little bit odd probably is. I know it's the Philippines, it's different, they're thousands of miles away. But generally, I found all of the women I talked to were easy to talk to. I was the one that was a little more nervous. They certainly weren't nervous at all. And all of the ones I talked to, Paul, when I said, I like your profile, you're very pretty, can we chat tomorrow on, whether it was on the website, Kristen Filipina, or wherever they wanted to do it. Skype. I was using a lot of Skype at the time. They all said sure. And my wife was the only one that was 5 minutes early. Everybody else was 5-10 minutes late, or 20-25 minutes late, but all of them showed up. There's a thing that's Filipino time in the Philippines where they don't show up on time. My wife's a Filipino, but she showed up 5 minutes early, and that won, some points for my wife. That's a green flag. If they're not showing up, I know guys that say I can't get them to go on camera, and we text all the time. And when you text all the time, you run into misinterpretations of what they're typing, because the Filipina can be much better talking to you than writing it, because that's another part of the learning process. Reading the written word, typing it out. It's a lot easier for some just to talk to you. And so you can get into some confusion when you're typing a lot, texting a lot. You got to get on camera, face to face. You can see if they're angry. You can see how they're dressed. You can see if they're paying attention. You can see what's going on in the background. And if they don't want to do that, you should ask yourself why that is. Ask them why that is, and they should have a good reason. If it's anything other than I'm shy, which you can help alleviate, then to me, that is a red flag. If you've known them, I don't know, a month and they haven't gone on camera, it's probably a lost cause. That is my opinion. I want someone that's serious. I'm not playing games. My wife didn't want somebody playing games, because a lot of men do. So if you can show you're serious, you can be focused on one woman, you just moved a lot closer to the head of the line.
Yeah.
Now people have to compete with you, and you're already ahead.
Yeah,
it is a competition.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I had several women that tried to talk to me on WhatsApp and everything, and we didn't do Skype or anything. But I know WhatsApp is free. WhatsApp is owned by Facebook. If you ever been to the Philippines, Facebook is very important to a lot of Filipino businesses and a lot of Filipino just general getting things moved through. I even recommend if first time ever going to the Philippines, you more likely probably need a Facebook because they don't have typical phones to call their businesses. You usually either contact their WhatsApp or contact their Facebook page. But with that said, I was talking to them on WhatsApp, and some of them seemed scammy, and some of them didn't really want to talk to me. I had one particular woman that was apparently her sister was in Kansas City, somewhere near, her sister moved to America with an American and everything, and she let me know, but she wasn't really as interested. She seemed like she was not really willing to show me pictures of herself, not really willing to show me her on camera. She seemed like she wasn't very interested in talking to me. And she would pop in like once a week, just to kind of talk to me. And it was just, and she worked for her aunt, and it was just kind of a difficult situation, and I wound up just kind of putting her on a sideline. I was just like, you know what, maybe I'll come back to her, but she seems like she's not really interested in me, and I'm just going to move forward. And that was
you're the pursuer.
What's up?
You're the pursuer. You make the rules.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that was just one of that was one of the four I was talking to. So, but yeah. But yeah, we just need to understand that, if they have issues going on camera, if they're showing some kind of disinterest in you or even fear of doing that and you can't work through it, then it's probably a lost cause. If they're avoiding you a lot, even if they're American, and you're a Filipina, if they're not getting on camera with you enough and they're not really trying to go back and forth. Now, we understand, you and I both know this, Bob, that the Philippines does not have the greatest internet. They do not have the greatest internet at all. If they're having internet difficulties, but at least they're trying. My wife, no matter what, if I call her on video call, she'll answer, even though she'll have poor signal.
And but when you're like doing a video chat with her, can you not? You can see on your screen the same graininess.
Yeah.
So she's got. Or sometimes, like if you're on Skype, you see a little message down there that says we are experiencing. And
yes.
So you know what she's.
Data. Yeah.
You might lose a connection, and you just keep calling back, and
you work through it.
Be a problem.
Yeah, I actually just did a live here on StreamYard recently with my wife just to play around with it. I knew I was going to have low connection issues, but it was fine. She was scared about it, but the fact is that we did it, and I marked it as unlisted for now. But it was just a fun little test to even see, because my particular channel is called Joanna and Paul. My wife really wants to join me, but she lives way out in the province, way out in the countryside, and it's just not easy for her to get on video call with me. But we text every day. We send videos back and forth every day. We send voice messages back and forth every day. She sends me stuff on Instagram. I send her stuff. We talk back and forth about all of our experiences today. We're completely open about, what we're doing throughout the day. She doesn't seem like she's hiding anything. Me and her have access to both of our Facebook accounts, and it's, we're completely open about it, and it goes perfect.
And we'll touch on some of those things as we move forward. Tall Tech, good for you. I'm glad you're able to do that. Whatever you feel comfortable with. My wife and I use Skype. When I met my wife in 2015, I didn't even have a video camera. I didn't know anything about that. I hadn't thought about the Philippines, so I had to get a camera, figure out how to use it, and so then we ended up mostly on Skype. I think my wife didn't want to go on Christian Filipina because she's very private, and she didn't want to take a chance that somebody there might be able to see what we were saying.
Yeah.
So we went to Skype, and Skype worked out good for us. We could type. I could send her links to stuff, and we could talk. And so Skype, and then we went to Viber also. Like if I was at work, she'd send me stuff on Viber.
Yeah.
We'd communicate on Viber when we weren't on Skype when I was at home. So whatever you have to do to communicate, But if you find out like she just doesn't want to go on camera, or maybe it's very short, she could be, her English might not be good, and so she says she's shy. That's probably because of English, nothing more. And but you know what? You have to observe her English to see how it is and how well you can talk with her, and she has to see that you're okay with it, and it will get better. There's just no point in avoiding video cam. Video cam is a great gift for people that live thousands of miles from a would-be prospective marriage partner. So you just have to be really firm. No camera, no deal. I'm moving on. You just have. That's my recommendation. You're there to find a wife. You got to talk to her on camera. Most of them, that's not a problem. But when there is, here's the thing. Okay, she's not going on camera because she doesn't want me to see where she lives. Like maybe where she lives isn't where she's purporting to live. Maybe she's got a husband there, another boyfriend there. Maybe she doesn't want her family knowing that she's talking to you, which is another point I'll list later. All of those are valid reasons why she might not be willing to go on camera with you, and you have to try really hard to get her to go on camera. You shouldn't have to.
Well put, Bob. Yeah, I agree. That there could be valid reasons and stuff why she may valid or particularly unwarranted reasons why they don't want to get on camera with you. But if they're trying to hide you, that's probably a big red flag. So, but that kind of moves forward in that. But to also talk about Tall Tech here, he says, my girlfriend and I started using WhatsApp because the video chat didn't work. Then we moved over to the Christian Filipino. Once we were able to trust each other more, we moved over to Facebook Messenger. I agree with that. Yeah. And I talked to my wife on I didn't go on Christian Filipino. We actually used, and we can talk about possible dating sites to possibly check out. Bob recommends Christian Filipino. I would recommend Christian Filipino also, but I don't have an experience. Where I met my wife, I met her on Filipino Cupid, and it was okay, but I had to sort out which ones were Christian and which ones weren't. So, but and that's my own personal history of what's going on with that. But me and my wife, yeah, we did move over to Facebook Messenger, and it's been working out perfect since. She was trying to use WhatsApp, and it didn't really work out too well for her. She didn't like it, and I agreed with her. I don't really like WhatsApp all that much. I'd rather talk on Facebook Messenger. I use it every day for everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
It was just convenient. So, but that being said, though, when you go overseas to meet someone and you are pursuing them online and you're willing to bring them over here, you have to go through the process no matter what. You have to go through all of the paperwork, and you have to go through a long distance relationship. And when you go through that long distance relationship, you have to be able to trust them and still be able to communicate with them even afterward. So I don't know what Philippines Express's opinions are, and I'm not going to go too far into his opinions about that situation. Maybe he has the liberty to stay over there. I don't have the liberty to stay over there. Bob expresses that he doesn't have the liberty to stay over there for possible reasons too, for his own personal reasons. And and I did go over there. If I go back over there again, I want to stay there longer term so I can experience it more, because I had my own personal issues staying over there. And with my own personal issues was the fact is that there was a lot of minor inconveniences that I couldn't really deal with. Because I'm kind of spoiled here in America. I could get a nice bed delivered to my house, this one behind me, with no problem. Whereas in the Philippines, ordering something like that is not easy. You can't just order Amazon easy. You can't even get a regular size toothpaste bottle. Regular size toothpaste of Colgate or whatever, an actual name brand, the only thing they got is like little tiny travel ones, and it's not easy to get like an actual full size one. You have to ask people who live in America to have it imported to you, and it's difficult. Some things might cost you more in the Philippines because they're not normally produced there.
I want to let Philippines Express know I was against anything over like 50 miles.
Yeah.
I thought, if I can't find somebody in my city, what's wrong? And then I extended it to 100 miles. Then I extended it to another state like Iowa and Kansas. Still didn't work. So at that point, it was like, okay, I give up. And then somebody reminded or talked to me about the Philippines. So I thought, if I ever want to get married, I need to branch out to beyond my own country and do what other people have done already, many of them before me. And that's to go to the Philippines. Now, also the importance of, we talk about on some of the pictures that I took, I believe, for my petition were screenshots of us going on camera. So when you're on camera, it'll probably show the time and the date and who knows, the year. And so that's important to throw in a few of those. Also, if you're not on, if on Skype, you could, my wife actually printed out all of our chat logs from the time I met her and talked, all of them, a lot of pages. We didn't need that. My agent said, just give me 4 or 5 pages. I don't need any more than that. So you don't need to send them a phone book. But take screenshots of your chats. You do want to chat. Yes, you don't want to eliminate that because you need those chats for your petition. But it doesn't hurt to have a few photos, either of you chatting where you're the small screen, she's the big screen. So it's proof that you did talk to each other on camera. That's important.
I gotcha. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. So Jeff,
How come it responded with my name there, Paul?
Because I responded to all, so then I guess I responded to both.
How do you respond to any of them?
Huh?
How do you respond to any of them? Like if I wanted to respond to one.
Okay, so you can actually click at the bottom here, where it says all, and then you can basically pick your channel and then pick the C and then pick mine. I didn't realize it either. I thought maybe it would find me and do me.
I just tried to post a comment and then it clicked me right out of StreamYard.
Yeah.
So I got to click to all first.
Yeah, it's perfectly
or
fine.
At least that arrow. I don't know.
So Jeff is on my channel, and Jeff, we're doing good. Jeff is a guy I personally helped. I personally mentored him. He's doing the K-1 visa process with his Filipino fiance, and they are currently in the process of trying to get her to America. He found her online, and then he was able to. He was able to visit her, and I guided him through the process where he was able to, go through that. And he seems like he's in love. Me and Jeff, we talk a lot. So we always check up on each other, and we're Facebook friends, and it's a great thing. So,
and this is a chance for us both. We both talk to other people to get it out there in front of more people at one time, which is to try to be more helpful.
Yeah. This is just a thing that we do. So, but we're going to move on now. Okay. Slow to go on camera, and then falling in love too early. So with that being said, falling in love too early, there are a lot of people, even, I know even when I first went to the Philippines, when I first experienced it, I was in California. Me and my son were in LAX airport, and I had 2 individuals and one particular individual, a couple, they wanted to pack up everything. They wanted to get rid of everything and just move straight over to the Philippines without any rhyme or reason or any true plan. And that's something I didn't really agree with, but God bless them. So, and then there was another gentleman. He sent his spouse, I don't know if it was a fiance or a wife or whatever, I think he was more likely a girlfriend, money, and he was planning on setting himself up to move there and live with her. This guy seemed kind of really, really overly ambitious. That particular guy, he seemed like he was falling in love too early. He didn't seem like he had his whole head straight in the process of what he was planning on doing. And that was a big red flag for me, that there are people that, they just get love eyes, the big love eyes and, the cartoons, and they just don't know what they're doing. It's that whole, what is it? Honeymoon stage. So, that's something I think a lot of people, they're just blinded by love before they can even meet this woman. And that's not something that I even experienced. I loved my wife, and me and Bob are going to talk about when's the possibility, the time you can tell them you love them. We have to be careful about saying I love you too early. We want somebody we're getting to know. That's part of what God wants us to do is courtship. That's important in life. You're courting this person. You're getting to know them. You're getting to feel them out, getting to understand them better. And you can do that online. You can do that without being in person with them. I don't care whoever says it, but you can do that. So
And Philippine Express says sending money equals simp. The other half of that Philippines Express that I would look at as a red flag is when the Filipina is asking for money and it's inappropriate. When is it inappropriate for her to ask?
Bob,
when they haven't met in person and when he hasn't proposed to her.
Yeah.
Don't.
Bob, hold on, Bob. I just want to
even ask him.
Yeah. Bob, I just want to interject. We're going to get to the money thing anyway. So, let's just work through our topics and then let's let the conversation answer it for him. He's just kind of berating things anyway. So I'm almost just gonna ignore him. I mean, he can say whatever he wants and we can bring it up, over time. I know we're supposed to be humble about it, but he's kind of interjecting with our whole flow in our conversation. So I nothing against him. He can be here all he wants. It's more retention points for us. So whatever it is. But
I just want to point out that asking the money is the wrong part that we're focusing on tonight, not his response and sending the money.
I have a question.
What do you have the question for?
Can Mark come in?
Yeah, he can. You didn't take the dog?
Yeah.
Take the dog.
I hope you are having a great life, by the way. Not life.
This is my son. So he's 10. His name is Colton, and my dog's back there. So
everybody there tonight.
Yeah, of course.
He's a foreigner dead in his tracks, and a pretty Filipina saying "I love you." And if she says it 2 hours after he meets, some of them are blind enough to believe it. Or if she says it within a week or 2 or 3 or 4, they're blind enough to believe it. Don't say it, first of all. But if you're the foreigner, she's looking for someone like you to take advantage of. So she's going to say, I love you. Or it could be she doesn't know what else to tell you and she doesn't want to lose you. So she says that because she thinks that's what you want to hear. You need to find out for sure. But I would first tell her, please don't tell me you love me, because you don't. I'll talk to you later about love, but you don't love me. We don't have to kid ourselves about that. But if she says that to you, you hear these words, I love you, or I'm falling in love with you. If it's been early, ask yourself, is there any legitimate reason why she loves me? I might have been married once or twice before. They didn't love me. All of a sudden, this woman I've known for a month loves me. Come on, guys. Yeah. Don't be so silly.
Yeah, we have to be careful about that because, they could be trying to dial you in and trying to get you, to have the lovey eyes, to have that romance, love, and be like, oh, I really love you. I really want to be with you. I really want to see you. And you haven't even met this person. And then so all of a sudden you're blinded by it and you're just sending them money. You don't care what you're doing for them. You don't care what they're doing with your money. There are several instances, and we have to be careful about scammers because there's one guy, he literally gave this woman half of his retirement. I heard of that story, and then he went over there. He thought he was going to have everything all situated. She promised that she was going to have everything situated for him, and she disappeared. She actually moved out of the country with this money. So because she knew she was going to get in trouble if she stayed there, basically if she stayed there, he could sue her, and basically press charges against her. So Jeff said he was scammed about 7 years ago by 3 different women. Not a lot of money, but they were trying to with what happened. And I left the idea trying to find. Are
you going to try to change his mind, Paul?
Who, Jeff?
Yeah.
Oh, he found a woman. This is the guy I've mentored. He did find a woman.
So he said he left the idea of did he find somebody that's not a Filipina?
No, he's with the Filipina now. Okay. I guess he was in the pursuit of. I think this it may not even been in Filipina, but these are 7 other possible women. He can allude to it a little bit more. We can talk about
Okay.
it. But he did find a woman, and he is really happy with her, and he talks to her every day. So yeah.
I know of a YouTuber that said he went through 10,000 contacts with women before he found
How many?
found the right Filipina. 10,000.
Wow,
But
10,000.
I know it's just bothers me so much when a guy hears "I love you" and he hasn't heard it in 20 years. That's not even fair. Okay, so I told my wife and I agreed we're not even going to say such nonsense until at least she accepts my proposal. We would say something silly like I heart you, because we didn't want to get those words out. It's
You
kind
didn't
of
want to
silly.
you didn't want to go too far too early. I got you.
Yeah, it's kind of
Yeah.
silly, but you make up your own silly rules together when you have a fiance.
Yeah.
But I'm really adamant about this one. I tell everybody she doesn't love you. Don't believe it. In fact,
Yeah.
it's not a good thing that she's telling you that. You haven't met her yet, and she said, no, she does not love you. You don't even know if you love her. Don't tell her that you love her from
You shouldn't say you love
10,000
him
miles
until you
away.
guys are, you
That's
guys
not
need.
fair.
Yeah.
You
You guys
don't
should.
love her. She doesn't love you. Learn about each other first. Propose to her first. You want to show her, here's me, okay? You want to show her you love her, ask her to marry you, and then follow through. Don't set up any, bunch of rules and regulations. Prove it. Accept her the way she is. Get married. Anybody can do that, but you have to be ready to love her. You don't have to love her until you get married. The pastor, the minister of your weddings, they're not going to say, now, how long have you been in love with each other? He doesn't care. He's telling you from now on, if I marry you, you are obligated to love each other. And then he's probably going to tell you what that means. And it's probably not going to be what you think it means. It's going to be a lot harder.
Yeah.
Don't worry about loving her. Just tell yourself, when I get married, I'm going to love this person.
Yeah.
I'm going to learn how to love her. Don't have to love her now. Don't even have to spend much time with her like me. I proposed on day 18.
Yeah.
Why? Because I knew I was going to love her, push through and do whatever it takes to love her. I'm still doing that 8 years and 8 months later.
Yeah. I had a pastor friend of mine, that he met his wife, it's not a Filipina, but he met his wife on a missions trip, I think when he was in the military. And and she's American, but she was she's a missionary too. And but he was going back and forth between his regular base and going to church. And this woman who was working in the church, I think it was in Vietnam or something. I think it might have been there. But basically, like, over time, they would she was showing interest in helping him, and she even threw him a birthday party, right at the church when he was coming to church and everything, and he even said, all right, this is a pastor friend of mine. He said, I had to learn to love her, but he said, it wasn't, I think and I might mess this up, but he basically mentioned that he didn't love her at first. And it wasn't something that he wanted in his life, but it was something that God wanted him to do. God found him the right kind of person in life, no matter what, and then over time he learned, that this is the person that God wants me to be, and this is how I'm going to love her. So, that's just kind of how it worked. And Jeff's saying here, then a year and a half ago, I decided to join Christian Filipina, and boom, there she was. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm really happy for it. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't find my wife on Christian Filipina. I probably had a harder time. I probably should have, but I'm glad I didn't join Christian
Wherever
Filipina.
you can.
Yeah.
Wherever God leads you to find her.
Yeah. God led me in a different direction on a different site, and it was good, and I'm glad I found my wife on Filipina Cupid, and it worked out for me,
It's one of the bigger ones.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I just picked out what was the best date because I was just looking online. I was just trying to figure out, like, what's the best. I liked Asian women. That was my thing. I had a lot of failed relationships in my life, and I'm not a simp. I'm not a incel, because I've had multiple relationships, failed relationships, and women that really didn't want to get married. They didn't have no no idea of getting married. They've been married before, or they were currently married. So they were separated, and they had children. They had drama issues. They had daddy issues, and they were just messed up in their head. And it was just like, I got cheated on, and I was getting tired of it. I was getting tired of falling in love with broken women in America. That's how it worked. I was getting real tired of it, and I wanted to just stop. And I moved forward in that situation, and I said, you know what? I've always wanted an Asian woman. That's my particular thing, is I've always wanted one. And I started looking online. I was like, what's the best Asian country and the most adaptable and all this? And I found out, well, what about Japan, or what about Korea, in South Korea? What about Vietnam? What about, other, any other Asian countries and stuff like that? And one particular problem I found out was that most of those other Asian countries, they want you to adapt to their culture, and they want you to learn their language so you can speak to their family, because their family doesn't speak English, you know, and it's usually in that regard. Most of those Asian cultures, other than the Philippines, most of them will have difficulties trying that dynamic between that American and that Asian, like American and Korean, or American and Japanese. If that American does not know the cultural terms and like the practices, and even know how to speak Japanese, more than likely you're not going to work out. Because Japanese people are really big about only speaking Japanese, and like, you have to know the customs, you have to know how to bow, you have to know certain words, you have to know how to use certain utensils when you're eating, all these different things like that. And if you do it wrong, you're kind of disrespected in the household. So, but when it comes to the Philippines, they're more culturally adaptive and more willing to let certain things slide by, because you're not from their country, and they're more susceptible to help to adapt to you and even speak to you. Most of them speak American or speak English, and they're willing to try their best to work with you. So if the Philippines seems like it was the best choice for me, and I got on a Filipina dating site, and it worked out for me that way.
I'm glad it did. My friend, what's the next one you've got?
So, okay, we're going to go on to the next one. All right, fall into love too early. And the next one is inattentive body language. Inattentive body language. You mentioned this one when we were talking about it. Basically, I guess what we're meaning by inattentive body language is that they're showing disinterest in you. They're not really there with you. I think Bob and me were talking about the fact is that they're talking to you online, or they might even be talking to you in person, but they're just like on their phone. It's like, sure. It's just not, they're not showing that they're really interested in you. They're not showing that they really care about you. They're just present with you. And it can be a huge red flag that they're asking you for money, or they're asking you for help in either passively or actively. Actively means that they're actually deliberately asking you for money, and then passively means that they're actually telling you about some kind of situation they're that's going on, that their brothers their brother needs some teeth pulled, or their motorcycle broke down, or their mom needs another surgery, or something others that's happening in their life. And basically just bringing up all these issues in life, and you don't really know what to do about it, but you feel bad because they live in a poor country, so you feel like you have the liberty to send them some money, and it's not a good decision. You could be scammed. That's kind of a huge red flag.
Yeah, I think she needs to give him the full attention, her full attention. If she's not giving him her full attention, he needs to ask her to. I've heard guys say, well, she's talking to me, but she keeps kind of looking over there. Who's she talking to? Is that her husband? Is that her boyfriend? How would he know? She should be giving him her full attention, not be playing with her phone, not be talking to other people, making sure that if she can, she either gets into a relatively quiet room, or she tells everybody else to be quiet while I'm talking to this man. Sometimes, though, Filipinas have a lot of people coming in and out of their house. They're not like us. They have got lots of family members there, children, neighborhood children, loud music, usually playing loud music in their own house. And then the neighbors are all playing loud music or karaoke.
Karaoke.
It can be a little bit difficult for her to give you a noise-free environment. That's something you should understand. I remember one time we were having lunch at one of our homes in the Philippines, the big one, and we were sitting all there together in the dining room, and I couldn't hear what the person on the other end of the table was saying to me because the music was so loud. And they finally, Papa went out there and asked him, what are they trying to do? And the guy had been drinking too much, and this was during lunchtime, and he just had to, what can you do? Basically, the rule is this: you don't threaten them, you just let them do what they're doing with their loud music. Eventually, they're going to have to turn it in, or they'll get tired of it themselves. You really can't go bang on the door and demand anything. That's part of the Filipino culture. And again, that's a whole nother topic for another day. But it can make it hard for her to find a nice, quiet place to talk to you. But if she is there and she's distracted, fidgeting, not smiling, not focusing, having you repeat your questions, oh, that's a bad sign. That means she's just not paying attention.
Yeah.
Now, because she doesn't understand you, the language, that's a different thing. She'll put it a different way, like, I don't quite understand what you're saying. But that's different than not paying attention.
Mm. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, especially about being respectful. You mentioned about that you can't just be banging on doors. Be like, be quiet out there, and then start choking a whole bunch of roosters because roosters won't be quiet either because they're everywhere.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, they're everywhere. So yeah, you just need to, but yeah, I do like the fact that you demand attention, kindly, but you don't be like, hey, give me attention. But yeah, you want to say, hey, I'm here. I'm giving you the same kind of attention and respect. I expect it to be reciprocated, So
I always had them do that with me. But I never had to talk to them. They're all cheerful and smiling, comfortable. They made me feel comfortable. I didn't even look at my notes to talk to them because I was nervous. I thought, well, I got to have these to feel comfortable. My questions, I didn't even have to use them. They're all so comfortable. Now, maybe that's because they're used to talking to Westerners. That's probably part of it. But that's not a bad thing because it kind of makes them easier for you to talk to. I'll never know, but who knows? The other 4 or 5 women I talked to might have made me a good wife. I chose my Isa because she was serious and wanted me to only focus on her because she had the guts to say that's what she wants. And all Filipinas want that. And I encourage them to say the same thing to their guys. Like my wife said, you can talk to other women if you want, but you won't be talking to me. I like that kind of, I don't know, gumption or moxie or whatever you want to call it. I like that. And she's still like that today. She's very serious, not all the time, but she's serious about certain things. I like that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Warren here said Red Horse. So for those who don't know, Red Horse is a typical, it would be like our version of Budweiser in America, but that's their version of beer, and it's very common in the Philippines. I'm not a big drinker. I don't think I've ever tried to drink Red Horse, but I noticed it everywhere.
Paul, this is Nescafe, and we use Nescafe here because that's what we drank in the Philippines.
Yeah, Philippines coffee. You were mentioning that, yeah.
Yeah, Nescafe. It's already cold.
So, yeah, I understand. Yeah, we're not huge components of drinking. So, but for Warren, yeah, that's your own preference, man. It's perfectly fine, and we're gonna move forward in that though. Anyway. Inattentive body language. Next one is asking for money for herself or others. Yes. So we briefly mentioned this a little bit, and it was kind of that, if you don't know this woman, especially if you first time meeting them online, we're going to talk along the component of meeting them online because that's our experience. A lot of other people have the liberty of meeting them in person. And I think either way, meeting them online or meeting them in person if you're not planning for your wedding, and this was me, I alone, I asked my wife for receipts when we were engaged, and basically when we were planning our wedding, I made sure that I said, I want invoices, I want receipts, not just from you, but also from the establishment. I want them to email me, and I went in contact with them, and we talked over Messenger. We talked over like that. I looked at their website, I looked how reputable they were, I looked at everything, and I wanted to make sure, and I checked over my wife. I knew everything she was saying was true. And that's one thing we can add to this, is the fact is that if you do enough digging and you find out that something looks a little fishy, don't send them money. It's a huge red flag. It's possibly a scam. Don't do it. You know, regardless, whatever it is, it's probably that easy. Just do enough digging, do enough research, and you be able to find out whether or not if something's true or not by like how legitimate it looks. I mean, if it's got reviews and it's got good pictures and it's out there, and your wife's literally telling you that she's going there and she's asking for a little bit of money to ride a tricycle or ride a jeepney or ride a bus to go somewhere, then and it looks like it's true, then send her a little bit to test it. And I
You
could
said your wife, though, Paul.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, this is before my wife.
Oh, okay. So you were going back in past before you married her.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is me going back in
So
the
there's no
past.
confusion.
Yeah. So I sent my wife. Well, sorry. Previously, I sent my fiance.
Right.
I sent her over like $3,000 because we were planning for our wedding and stuff.
Exactly.
And yeah, and I wanted to make sure, whatever she's paying for. I didn't send it all at once though. you know, our wedding venue only cost $900. So I paid for the wedding venue. So, and then when we needed to get like a hotel prior to the wedding venue, I paid for that. Our wedding package, I paid for that. But I didn't give her all the money at once. That's not something I would actually want to do. So,
Well,
you
a
need to
good
be careful.
woman, yes,
What?
the woman you want to marry isn't going to be asking you for money. She
Yeah.
just isn't. Why? She has integrity. She has pride. She has character. She's
Mhm.
just not going to do it. Why? Because she doesn't want you to think she's like all those other women you read about. She's special. My wife and I argued the most before we got married about her not wanting to accept my money. Even
Exactly.
when I proposed to her, she wouldn't want me to send it. Even after we were married, she said, "No, I've got enough food for the day. I don't need your help." And she has always insisted that she work, and she's worked, almost since she got off the plane here. As soon as she got her social security number and got a job at a temporary agency, she's been working ever since. Now she's a supervisor, making good money. And so she's always been honest with what she said. She wants to work. Always worked different jobs in the Philippines. She has little sympathy for anyone in the Philippines that doesn't work, because she said, if you want it bad enough, you can get it. The problem is a lot of the people don't want those jobs. They don't like the hours. They don't like the pay. They don't like the work. And if there's, when you're out in the city, okay, Paul's wife is in the more of a remote area. Well, if you're around the city and you're surrounded by jobs and you don't want it, it's because you don't like the heat, you don't like the construction work, you don't like the people, or you don't like the pay, or something like that. But if you want to work, you can work. My wife worked in various factories, first shift, second shift, third shift. She didn't make any excuses. She just made money. And unfortunately, you got to share it with people that sometimes don't use it well, but you also help your siblings, and you want someone that's responsible. And a responsible person is going to take care of themselves. They don't want you helping them, because that makes them feel like, oh, I owe you something now because you're helping me. Well, I don't need your help. I'm a responsible person. I'm not a helpless person. And that's a good thing. I know it's a controversial thing for some people to hear, but it doesn't mean she won't make you a fantastic wife. It just means she doesn't need your money. She doesn't want your money. She's lived without it. She doesn't need it now.
Yeah.
If she marries you, whole different dynamic there. Then you
Yeah.
have an obligation to support her no matter what.
Yeah.
I think.
I know with my wife, I know, well, when I was dating her and everything and getting to know her, she didn't ask me for any money. She wasn't asking me for
Mhm.
anything. She wasn't trying to tell me how bad her life was, and
Yep.
she wasn't trying to
It's
ask me
fine.
for help for her family. She was capable of doing it completely on her own. The previous girl before her, yeah, she was kind of subtly asking me for money. And I basically kind of left that situation because I was just like, I can't do this. And and I found a woman that was hardworking, and I won't alleviate how much money she makes today,
Ditto.
but but I don't send her money now that much. I do help her sometimes, but I don't send her a whole lot of money now because I don't want her to grow dependent on me, because that's, and I don't have the best life. I'm not retired. I don't get a steady income just from retirement. I have to work, and I have a lot of debt and a lot of bills I have to deal with. Living in America is not easy, and I've had to kind of explain that to my wife, that even though I might get paid more, I have more expenses. My dad's actually even told me this. Is the fact is that rich people are just like you, just with bigger houses and bigger expenses and bigger debt. So, and bigger
And
car
more
payments.
worry.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
They
more
do.
worry.
They do worry about losing it all. It's
Yeah,
not a, you might think, oh, I'd love to have all this money. Well,
yeah.
I knew my friend of mine knew a guy that had a lot of money. He spent all day watching CNN uh, for financial news. Had to see every up and down of all of his stocks, and it was just
Oof. FOMO,
sickening to see
a whole
that.
lot of FOMO. Yeah, fear of missing
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
Yeah,
No
yeah.
living, just watching his money.
Exactly. But, kind of mentioning a little bit more my wife, she just didn't really ask me for a whole lot. And one particular thing I want to just kind of point out was the fact that what really, really I liked about my wife was the fact is that no matter what, she would pay for stuff for herself before she would ever try to even ask me.
Mhm, mhm,
When I even got there, she wanted to make sure that I wasn't even going to pay for everything.
mhm.
She didn't get paid a whole lot, and it's not even enough. It would take her weeks to get paid, like $100. But the fact is that in to save up for it, but she paid $100 to got her hair done for a wedding. She wanted to make sure that she did it. She wanted to make sure everyone knew that she had the money and she wasn't depending on me for that. And that's what I love her about. Is she even paid for stuff for me. She paid for our hotels prior to our wedding. She found the money, she was able to do it, she was able to take some out of her investments, and she's willing to help me. And that
That's
was
a
really,
good
really
sign.
wonderful. Yeah. What's up?
That's a good sign.
Yeah, it was a really good sign. So let's move forward. Okay. Asking personal questions regarding money at awkward times. So, all right. So, awkward times for asking for money. Too many questions, especially too early. If they're asking for money from you way too early, we kind of alluded about this, or just even asking too personal about uh, like what kind of car do you have? What kind of house do you have? Like what's your family? Well, I guess not family like, but like how much do you spend on this, or what do you do this? And it's kind of a big red flag that this person's kind of more seeking you for your status than their relationship with you. What do you think, Bob?
No, you're exactly right about that. She shouldn't be asking. Well, again, those questions will probably be answered in time if the relationship is developing, and there is a time and a place for very sensitive personal questions like that. That is for when you're about to marry that person. We both believe marriage is for life, so you better be able to ask about your finances, about your mental health, about your previous relationships and why they ended and what you learned from them. And if you're afraid to go there, then probably not ready to get married, because marriage is intense, and you got to be willing to open up and communicate about yourself, not be afraid to ask her about herself. You got to understand each other. Then that's just my feeling. I want barrenness. I want openness. I want transparency with my wife. And when she says, "Well, if you had any other girlfriends," I'll say, "Yeah." And And here's what happened. And I'm not ashamed to say it because that was a long time ago for one thing. And I've learned a lot. Or what am I afraid of? Or insecurities. Okay, no problem. I'll tell you. You ask, I answer. What's next? And that's the way you get to trust and know someone is now I know some people told me we decided not to even talk about the past. I don't think that's a good idea because whatever they're not telling you is going to probably show up later. I would rather have somebody that's not afraid. Now, my wife did say, well, let's just move on from our past. We don't want to dwell on the past. And that's true. Yeah. But over time in our marriage, all of that stuff has come out anyway. So I guess she had to be more comfortable with me before it all came out. But, that's fine. That's just her way. I'm more open. I spill it. It's over. It's out. Yeah. It's done. She's more private, and we're very much the opposite. Are you like your wife, Paul? Are you opposites?
Yeah, I'm an extrovert. My wife is an introvert, and but that's a good thing and slightly a bad thing. So I'm very open to talk to people and kind of mention things and like that. My wife's kind of, I got to get to know you, and then I can kind of open up, and then I have to go separate myself for a little while, and then get to know you a little bit more. So but it's perfectly fine. My wife likes to get to know people, but she's a little fearful about herself and her appearance, and it's kind of humbling to have a wife like that, to have a wife that's kind of, that does care about her appearance, that does care about, what she is. I don't really care about my appearance, and I don't care what she looks like because I love her regardless. I married my wife because of one particular thing, because she was godly. Mm-hmm. And she's pushing me closer to God. That's one of the biggest things, and why I really married her. Because I want to have a godly relationship, and I want to have a godly marriage, and I want to put God in the front of everything. That's my main component. What really stood above all the other girls, that other women that I might have wanted to date or even thought about dating, is that this woman was putting effort for God. No matter what, she was setting up her own Bible studies at the farm that she works at, and she does it every Monday and Friday. She does her own Bible journals. Right now, we're even doing a daily. We're even write down daily devotionals, like writing around daily Bible verses. We're going through the book of John right now, and we're writing like three verses every day. So, and she's kind of keeping me on track with that, and I have to compete against her to help me stay on track with that. So I like that with my wife, it keeps me accountable. That's the best thing. But asking personal questions too early at times, I think when it comes to that, I don't know. I'm kind of running a blank for a moment. But you mentioned something.
Well, you mentioned the big ones. What kind of house do you have? Can I see pictures of your house? Do you have a 401k or a pension? And you retired? What's your pension like? And so on and so forth.
My wife didn't really ask me for a whole lot. But I was willing to show her everything I had, and that's kind of me being proud. So, and I needed to be careful about doing that too much. That was a different topic.
Well, see, if you're on video cam, you can show her your house, your neighborhood, where your drive is to work, your favorite place to walk, go to the gym, whatever. Your friends. When you're on video camera,
I love to show my wife food I make because I like to cook. So that's probably a big one. And and my wife doesn't have the liberty to eat like I do. So, and I feel kind of bad for it. But
7 o'clock hour, Paul. We had 5, now it's 4. So we'll see if the 7 o'clock crowd shows up like last time. I hope they do.
Yeah, that's fine. We're gonna move on. So next one is a lot of male friends on Facebook. We're also going to talk about the possibility of having multiple Facebooks or hiding your friends. So if this particular person is seeming to talk to a lot of foreigners, it's probably a big red flag. If this person is hiding their friends list from you, it's probably a red flag. It's probably too good to be true. If this person is having multiple Facebooks, or even the possibility if they don't have a Facebook, so that they probably do, but they're hiding it from you. So what do you think, Bob?
I think it's common for them to have multiple Facebooks. For example, my wife has Facebook accounts with like 3 or 4 of these family members, maybe another one with 3 or 4 friends. She's very private, and I'm not in on those. I mean, once in a while I can see it if she somehow accidentally makes it public. I wish all of our stuff was public. That doesn't mean that I'm going to be actively checking it, but at least I know. I mean, I just like openness and transparency. I've got nothing to hide. I don't want her to have anything to hide. But it is common for a Filipino to have multiple accounts for multiple reasons, and you have to understand that. Now, if you suspect for some reason, don't accuse her until you're darn sure that you might be right. That, well, how come you've got this account with 5,000 people and there's 50 guys on there that seem like they know you pretty good, and you're talking to them, you're loving their comments, you're responding to them, you haven't said anything about us. That kind of makes me suspicious. If you're not talking to other people and you're really not serious about me, then I want to know. If you feel like you got to go there, then go there. But don't jump to conclusions, because it's very easy for a Westerner to jump to conclusions because we don't know how they do things over there. So if you're unsure, just politely ask.
I gotcha.
Don't blame if you're not sure.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
ask.
I know my wife, she does have 2 Facebooks. I have 2 Facebooks, but one's inactive. And I think my wife's kind of inactive on her first Facebook. I had a situation with my son's mom where she was kind of being a little abrasive on that other account. I decided to just abandon that account together, and I moved all my friends and moved everything over to this new account, and I blocked her. So, I left her on that account all by herself. It was just kind of like there. I didn't just want to delete it because I have a history on there. I have pictures and I have history.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, but I'm not active on it. And it was just kind of how it is. And I think my wife's kind of the same way. She has another account very similar to that. And then we have our actual Facebook page that we share together, that we kind of let people know and family know and update our fan base, our subscribers and everything, let them all know what's going on in our life. So,
and Paul, this is from another person, not my personal experience, but somebody else I know. Well, they and other men are probably like that if you've been talking to somebody for a while, you want them to say on Facebook that they are in a relationship with you. Well, they probably won't want to do that, not because they want to make you frustrated, but because they don't want everybody they know asking who he is and when is the wedding date going to be, how many kids you're going to have. Are you going to move away? Because by saying I'm in a relationship, that's what the conclusion they're going to draw. So if she says, I'm not going to say we're in a relationship, that's fine. If you want her to say that, then propose to her. Go down there and put a ring on her finger, and she'll tell everybody that she's in a relationship. Otherwise, don't expect her to, say that I'm in a relationship with, Bill or whoever, because she's not.
Yeah. Yeah, I can agree with that. I know from my wife and from my experience and stuff is that the moment I became known to her family started friend requesting me, and then they started just generally asking me a lot of questions and generally get to know me. They all wanted to be my friends, and even today, I have a lot of extended family or even extended friends of friends that send me a lot of friend request, and I let my wife decide which ones I'm going to be friends with.
That's true. That's a good
point. That's a good one, because I don't want my wife being jealous, and I have random men that message me and stuff, just random people that she's not even friends with. And but alluding to what Bob was saying is that the moment we made our relationship exclusive, my wife literally put it in parentheses exclusive on it. If she wanted everyone to notice, we actually share we actually have like a picture of us together, so we know that we're actually exclusive together. And then the moment we got engaged, we posted it online, that we're officially engaged. When the moment we got married, we also posted that online that we're officially married now too. So, to let it know public. But my wife kind of didn't want to tell everyone right away that we were planning on getting married. And I think that's just something that you have to kind of work through. And I was kind of wondering why. And it's just because she didn't really want to upset her family. She didn't really want to answer too many questions too quickly about this situation. So she just she let certain people know that needed to know, but other people she just kind of left it because she wanted to be a little private about it. So
yeah, you have to give her that.
yeah. And that was kind of a good thing. All right, so moving forward, poor English. So I get to talk about Nacho Girl today. So
Go ahead.
okay, so when it comes to poor English, all right, I met several women online and on this dating site, and one particular one I alluded to would be one girl I talked way before I met my wife Joanna, was this girl named Nacho Girl, and I don't remember her name. I forgot her name. It kind of slips me, but I just remember the fact is that she would consistently every morning she would go out and sell nachos, and she had very poor English. We were trying to hit it off back and forth, but she seemed what made the biggest red flag was not really just the poor English, but the poor understanding between us, because she was quickly wondering where I was all the time. She was like, I was sleeping and she would just start drilling me and be like, where are you? What are you doing? Why are you not answering my text online and stuff? And I said, look, this is too much. You got to go. And
men will do the same thing, and the woman's going to say the same thing back. This
yeah,
is too intense. I don't need this. I can't handle it. So
yeah,
don't be so intense.
yeah, she was way too intense too quickly. And I said, I can't handle this. She, I'm not even gonna say she was cute. She wasn't even that cute, but I was just trying to talk to different women. And I thought by her profile picture, she was kind of cute, and I was looking to talk to someone, and I alluded to talk to her for a minute. She seemed nice, and she seemed like she was dedicated to make nachos every morning, which was cool. But I just, but and I was willing to work through her English situation, and allude to talk to her, but she, we have to be really careful, especially with someone with poor English. Go ahead.
Well, I wrote down when you were saying about the photos. Another red flag could be she looks this way in that photo. She looks like a different person in that photo. She looks a lot older in that photo. I mean,
Oh, that's a
I
catfish.
don't know. I've heard that before. It's like,
Kind of, yeah.
yeah, that's could be her, but is it really? Why does she look so different in these photographs? I mean, I wish there were more people here tonight and could say if they've ever noticed that. Like, is that really her?
We also have to be careful now, even with AI, you can make any kind of person. So
Yeah,
even on AI now, and
the
it's
thumbnails.
yeah,
That's
you
why
can
you want to go on camera and see what they look like.
yeah, you have to be careful about that situation. Make sure they really look real. They really sound real now with AI. So, make sure they're a real person. Make sure you're really talking to someone that's really genuine.
With the English, Paul, their English, they may have gone to school, but they tend not to use it at home because nobody else wants to use it at home.
Yeah.
If they're young enough, 20s, 29, 28, they still have a chance to learn English. If they're older, it's going to be a lot tougher to learn it.
Yeah.
Then you still have to read it and comprehend what you're reading. And you have to determine if you're going to marry this person, she shouldn't have to have perfect English. If you love her, she doesn't have to be perfect in anything. But if the communication is something that you think is going to be an ongoing issue for the rest of your marriage, then
it can be a big barrier
to marry her because of that. You're not rejecting her character or her personhood. It's just you've got to think logically. You don't let logic leave you because she's the cutest woman that's talked to you in 30 years.
Yeah. Whenever, and just kind of add to that and stuff. So if you're having a barrier, you're going to have a lot of issues marrying someone who's already from a different country. You're going to have two different worlds regardless. And then if you throw on top that you have a language barrier in which is more so like an understanding barrier. You guys can't allude to understanding each other at all, can't work through situations, can't work through fights, and you're just fighting back and forth like, what did you say? And then
Right.
they want to yell at you in Bisaya or Tagalog or Ilongo or whatever. They want to yell at you in their language or something because you can't even understand them. Then it's like, okay, I don't know where to go from here. And I think it's actually really good for for a foreigner to at least try to learn some of their language, especially talking to their family, especially talking to, just showing respect, even if you just know a few words. But I know as we age, we don't really want to do that. We're kind of stubborn, but bringing them especially to America, they're going to have to know more English. So trying to find somebody who can definitely speak English to not only just converse with you on a day-to-day basis, but also to learn to adapt to the US.
Right.
Yeah. So
Very, very true. It's not just you. They're going to be out in the real world. They got to talk to the gas station attendant. They got to talk to the person that calls on the phone, or the customer service person, or making an appointment with something. They're going to have to learn to, and people here in America, they say, you guys talk too fast. You guys will just slow down. Maybe I could pick things up better. We feel the same way about them in the Philippines. Like, they're talking 100 miles an hour. How could I ever communicate with them? I would sound like I'm mentally slow or something. I'm just trying to make sure I get the words right. But, and that is important. If you have to say, look, the English is just, I don't think I'm going to be able to deal with this. Okay, let her know. Say goodbye and thank you for her time, and look for somebody else.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Okay.
Having like that, I literally told my wife, I was like, I don't know how to speak any Bisaya. and being there, especially being down in Mindanao, there's just not enough people that speak English down there. I know a lot of people online talk about that the Philippines is the most English speaking country in other. Okay. Is the most English speaking country. And I said, well, I had another different opinion about that. I actually faced a lot of people that they could probably understand me, but they couldn't talk back to me.
Don't you think it's the younger people though that can speak English and not the older people?
Well, I actually see it this way. Okay. It wasn't just younger or older. And I think older kind of contributes to some of it. But anyone that is in some kind of industry where they are having to speak English, any kind of profession, vocation, whatever they're facing, if they have that liberty, then they're going to force themselves to speak English. And one proponent of that was me normally seeing most of them being female. Females would speak better English than the males would. Now, if the male didn't have a job, like even just a normal, typical job, they only spoke Bisaya. That was just one thing I noticed, and spoke very little English. But if they were like on a call center, or if they were a taxi driver, sometimes not even taxi drivers, but like my Viator drivers, when we were taking trips with Viator, and they would speak good English because they dealt with Americans. My scuba diving instructor, he spoke good English. Anybody who worked in a hotel, usually good English. Anyone who worked in a restaurant, a fast food restaurant or a restaurant, usually good English. That was just my experience. But if there was like a motorcycle driver, no.
Right. Because he doesn't need to go to college.
Yeah. That was just kind of it, motorcycle drivers, they knew how to wave at you, and they knew how to kind of tell you, and you kind of alluded where you needed to go. And then you kind of depended on your wife to tell them where you needed to go. But other than that, I mean, it was difficult,
No, just keep in mind, we're talking marriage, lifelong commitment, lifelong. We know communication is so important. And if that's going to be interfering with communication, then it's important not to marry them.
Yeah. And I can even allude it, if you decide that you want to move there, you probably need to learn Tagalog or Bisaya, depending on where you want to live at. So, more than likely, you're going to want to learn a lot of words moving there, regardless, just knowing it. So,
which is one reason I wouldn't want to do that.
I understand, but yeah.
Okay.
So, all right. So, huge age gap is our next one. I'm not really sure about this one.
I said that one, so you can blame me for that.
Yeah. All right. So you go ahead and start, and I'll kind of allude to it.
I don't mind. I'll
Red
say this.
flags.
Paul and I don't all. I mean, I don't know. I haven't quizzed Paul on what he believes, but I am. I want to talk about this because I thought, well, this is definitely a red flag. People say sometimes, well, how much is too big of an age gap? Well, you can't answer that with one number. I used to throw out 30 years. Now I'm kind of thinking that's too big because they don't. That's one of my other ones. You don't have much in common for a red flag. Well, that could be because the age gap. And if the man is healthy, really healthy, then he can be a little bit, on the top side of a large age gap. But if he's not healthy, he's marrying a young woman, that's a bad idea. And if she's interested in him, that's a bad idea because she's playing him. And she's a young woman. Young women need to have sex. And a man needs to take care of that. If he can't, he shouldn't marry her. It's just the way it is. That's why usually people get married to the same age or close to it. Any wider, then you're looking at other reasons to get married. That's just the way that is.
Yeah.
And like I've heard people 50-year age gap, oh, we're in love. I don't think so. That doesn't even sound sensible. 40-year age gap, we're in love. Maybe he thinks they're in love. Often the guys are the ones that are easily fooled in these type of things. And, he likes to say she's in love with me. He likes to tell his friends, family, she's in love with me. And they may have another opinion. It's just better to be a little bit closer. I would say 25 years might be my new cutoff. And again, it all depends on the maturity level. The guy could be the older one and be, very immature. She could be younger and more mature than he is if he's immature. There's a lot that goes into it. But again, here's the thing. This is what makes me think of. When I was on Christian Filipina, I'm looking for women that were like 20 to 35. So I was looking for a younger woman. Now, I noticed a lot of women were saying 20 to 70, 20 to 80. Okay, if they're that indiscriminate, okay, they're saying I'm looking for somebody 20 to 80, doesn't care, age just a number. Well, that's just nonsense. Age is more than a number. It does matter. And if they don't care if you're 20 or 80, I would find somebody else, somebody that is specific.
Yeah.
My wife was specific. I was within her age gap. I was 53. And I just made the cut. Now, some of them, if you're in good shape and healthy and good looking, they might consider you if you're outside of their set range. That's their prerogative. After all, they're the ones being pursued. But to me, I don't believe when men say, oh, it's 40 years age difference, she's in love. I just don't believe that.
Yeah.
Slap me if I shouldn't say that, but I do have sensibilities. And I think she wants a younger man, but she can't get one. So the next best thing is get somebody that's not a threat because he's older. Women don't want him now. Maybe he's learned from his past mistakes in his life, and he's more likely to be safe to her. I wouldn't call that love. I would call that for her being a very smart, practical woman when she has no other options. I hope I say some things to get some more. Well, too bad only 2 people are here watching this because I know if there was more, there would be some response because I've got a lot more things to say.
Yeah. I'll just
to me is a big thing. Can be red flag.
I understand. I wrote down a few things. Listen to you talk. So one thing is that you kind of alluded to a little bit was maturity level, and I think especially we do see here in America, we wound up seeing like 20-year-old women with 30-year-old men or something because men are typically more mature when they're in their 30s. They actually have some some kind of responsibility. They're looking for something to go on, to move on to in their career.
Growing up.
They're growing up. They're no longer in that party scene, and you have these younger women that are kind of looking for a man that's willing to settle down. I think within that spectrum, you can have that with a Filipino, with an older gentleman, because there might be some maturity issues within Filipino. So that's allowed. Another thing is the possibility of, if you're too big of an age gap, then you're trying to keep up with this person, a younger person and an older person. The older person's like can barely walk, and he has a crutch or a cane walking around, and you're like walking around too slow. You're not able to go to a water park with this 20-year-old girl. You're barely able to go to the beach. You're going to get burnt. You're not able to go to the tanning salon, not able to go to the gym, and I can see that that's just a bigger issue that you can have with them, that you're just not able to keep up with them. Of course, also the possibility of not able to keep up with them sexually, even in bed.
That's huge.
Yeah, another one, and Bob, you kind of alluded this to a little bit in your relationship, which was technology. You live in a different technology, and especially if you're kind of in a different generation, I think technology can be a big component. It can benefit your relationship, but it can also not benefit your relationship. Benefiting the fact is that in too big of a age gap, you can have a younger person helping you with the technology and
That's
how it's
what we do. I know nothing about technology.
Exactly.
I hate it.
But in the opposite way, it can also kind of hinder both of you. That she wants to talk to you on this kind of device, on this particular thing, and you're just kind of at a loss with it. And you're
My wife does all that stuff. She's
I know.
been blessed that way. I'm incapacitated that way.
Exactly. And another one was health reasons. I think the possibility, if you're too old, like you're 80 and this person is 20 years old, they might just be wanting you gone. I mean, it's a possibility. They just want to take your money and go. They're waiting for you to pass on. And then you did allude to this, and you could talk about it, was that that them considering you not really attractive at that age. So
of course you're not to them, and you should want to be attractive to them. But the problem is, thank you for the one person that's still here. It was down to zero. We're talking about red flags, subtle and not so subtle red flags with dating a Filipina. And I've been married 8 years and 8 months. I've had a channel for 5 years and almost 6 years. So I've gotten to see a lot of these things and learn from other people. But a lot of guys, I think, have this issue where they don't think straight. They want the younger woman to brag to their friends and family. That's it. So if she says, I love you, he believes her. She says, you're attractive. Well, he believes her. And he's dumb and blind. And men are supposed to be logical, okay?
Yeah.
But the logic goes out the window with a pretty woman. And that's where you need people that care about you to say, hey, snap out of it.
Yeah.
You're making a dumb mistake here. And you better listen to those people because they care about you. People that do not want, at least in my opinion, at least one person involved with their relationship, like I had with my pastor, he doesn't want to tell anybody, he's hiding something. Get somebody accountable to help you, keep you from making a terrible mistake. Men tend to keep making the same mistakes because when they get around a pretty woman, they're not logical anymore. And that's shameful.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. All right, we're going to move on to the next topic, and it says avoid party girls. Basically what that meaning, why would you want to avoid a party girl? Well, if they're drinking all the time, I think it's perfectly fine if you want to go out with your wife sometimes. I think it's perfectly fine if you want to have a night out with them and allude to them and possibly take them out somewhere. And for you guys to even possibly, if that's what you're into, having a drink together, that's your time for fun, to having time with them. I think that's possible. But if they, especially if you're Filipina, is always weekly, daily, I would even say every few weeks, going out with her friends, taking money from you being online and taking money from you and going partying with their friends, or even being together with her, being either in the Philippines or even here in America, if they are spending too much time in the bar scene, then they're probably not marriage material because they're not really ready to settle down.
I
So,
agree.
yeah. So,
If you're uncomfortable with something, move on. You're the one pursuing her. If you can't live with it, you can't tolerate it, then you're with the wrong person. In the United States dating sites, a lot of them, and I was on 4 of them, 2 of them twice, they'll tell you, your smoking habits, drinking habits, socially all the time, whatever. And so you don't see that on Filipina sites, but you do in American sites. And to me,
I've seen that. Hold on.
I don't like
I
these
just want to interject.
deal makers, but that is one of them. Drinking, I just said, look, I'm not for that. So that was one of my very few deal breakers. It's probably the only one, other than that, to be a Christian. But other than that, that was probably about it.
Yeah, I actually seen that. So basically, when I was on an American Day site, you would often see this. They would say 420 friendly or other things, and it's just like,
what's that? Marijuana?
Yeah, it's marijuana.
Okay.
That's it's stupid. 420 friendly, and then they're smoking and they're drinking habits. Drink seldomly, drink always, and then it's like, and then I would pick out which ones, and then like the very bottom would show like their religious orientation and stuff, what they would do and stuff too. And then you would try to find somebody who was a Christian, and then they would drink always, smoke always, and 420 friendly. And it's just like, I don't think you're a Christian. I'm sorry. Yeah. What?
It's good to know those things.
Yeah. It's like good to know, but you don't seem like one to me. You're not. We don't line up in our beliefs. So, yeah. So, but they didn't seem responsible enough. So, yeah.
Filipinos want to have children.
Yeah.
So if you get the right person, they're not going to be a partier because that's not responsible.
Yeah.
Not responsible for the typical. Now maybe an 18, 20, 22-year-old Filipina is like that. That's why. Maybe you need to start at around 26 or 7 or 30.
Yeah.
If you're an older gentleman, if you're that age, pick somebody that age. But the older you are, you probably should want somebody a little bit older for the sake of maturity. Just an idea.
Yeah. Well, if you're younger and you want to party and that's your kind of your choice, then find someone closer to your age. So, find someone that's in the same age range as you, then to have that kind of experience with you. But I wouldn't allude to trying to be older and then trying to find somebody who doesn't want to settle down, especially when you're ready to settle down. So, yeah, moving forward. Little time to talk, uninterested. We kind of already alluded to this. So they're, I guess in their body language, they're kind of uninterested.
Or they're telling you, I'm busy.
Yeah,
I'm on this dating site looking for a husband, but I just only have like 2 hours on Sunday to talk. Next.
Yeah. So I can understand that. I had experience with this one girl that she kind of seemed like she was interested in me. She seemed like she was talking to me for a while. And then like she had a job out there. She seemed busy. She was getting a lot of money from her dad. But she was kind of running this call center kind of a thing, kind of, I wouldn't say a call. Well, I guess, I don't know. She was doing something like helping people through technical problems on computers. And she knew 3 different languages to help them, which was kind of cool. But the fact is that she seemed really disinterested in having an actual long-term relationship. And then she wound up eventually telling me that she was a lesbian, or sorry, not lesbian, but she was bisexual. And then she, and then she's not really looking for a marriage. She's just looking for somebody to partner up with. And I was just like, I'm not really interested. So I kind of threw her on the side about that. And we stopped talking after that. She seemed very active. Yeah, she seemed very active, and she seemed like she was kind of somebody I would want to hang out with and be active with. But the moment she started acting like she didn't really want to have a long-term relationship, like an actual marriage, I wasn't interested. So,
when you're looking for a wife,
yeah,
all the people that will see this now or later, you have to be okay with disappointing someone. Women have no trouble disappointing men.
Yeah.
But they may do that without even getting to know him. When you get to know someone and you find out that, you know what, I think we might not be good for each other, because politely tell them why if you think it's come to that point, and thank them for their time and move on. Don't be rude about it. Give them a chance, and if you just can't, accept something, tell them what it is, and just be civil about it. Adults should be able to date, unlike they're teenagers, and say goodbye and give them a reason, and then make it courteous and civil, and you'll feel better about your next relationship attempt, maybe.
1 second. Closing my door. All right. Yeah. You just steadily tell them goodbye. Sorry, it's not going to work out.
Yeah, that's okay. You're going to have to get used to that. It's all right.
Yeah. So our next one is dressing up in immodestly sexy clothes. This one. So basically, if they, I think, well, especially with us being Christians, we want a girl to dress modestly. We want them to dress respectfully, and I know Bob mentioned a little bit something about his wife. He can allude to it maybe, but that's perfectly up to you. But the fact is that I know with my wife, she wouldn't even get on a video call to me until she dressed appropriately. So that was just kind of how it was. And her being a churchgoer, she would normally dress in a normal long dress and a normal attire and stuff like that. She would not show me extra cleavage, because it wasn't even that time to do that kind of situation. We didn't do that probably until after our marriage.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't, I know a lot of people, and I know a lot of want sexy clothes and want that kind of dirty pictures. The problem with that is whenever you do that, you do open yourself up for exposure. There was a situation, I'm going to briefly cover it, in my past, where somebody got a hold of something that I sent, and it was sent out to a lot of my friends, and it's not something that you want. And ever since that day, I don't send dirty pictures. I don't like to send dirty pictures. It's not something I agree with. I don't really want to receive dirty pictures unless it's my wife, which I'm happy to receive from only my wife, but not anyone else, and whenever this person's out there, especially on their Facebook, dressing immodestly, expressing themselves openly to everyone else, then it's probably a huge a red flag, that this person's not really the right kind of person for you, because this person is not willing to really set a standard in their life where they really care about who they're. Well, I guess they're impressing too many people. I guess
Mm-hmm.
That's the way it is.
The thumbnails in most channels, to me, they portray the image of a Filipina in a very skimpy bikini, and as if that's what they're all like. To me, that's a red flag. I would not date any of those.
They do have their views, though, too.
Any of those women in those photographs. I don't care how hot they are. She can be hot and put some clothes on. You don't want her. I know that's controversial, but you don't want that. That's not the impression. They say, oh, they're trying to get your mind to think, oh, this is what I can get in the Philippines. No, you probably can't, and you probably don't want that. You want someone that's going to dress appropriately. Even on camera, with my own wife, and probably we're engaged by then, she's saying, oh, I need to put something else on. This is too sexy. And she meant it. Yeah. And even when now that she's here in the States for this long, she has a big wardrobe. And once in a while, I'll say, that's too sexy for church. You wear that to the movie with me. I want you to. We're out in public. I want people to say she's with him.
Yeah.
At church, a little bit not the right occasion. And for work, I want her to look very professional. Yeah. My wife is very modest. She goes to thrift stores to buy clothes, and good clothes, good fashionable clothes that other people don't want. The last thing she wants to do is go to a department store. She just tends to find really good stuff, and she looks good. I mean, she dresses so darn well, and it's mostly thrift store. Boots. Now shoes she'll order, of course, online, but You can get really good pants and clothes and jackets and stuff like that, hats and gloves at thrift stores, and she doesn't spend much on clothes. But modesty, when you're dating someone, forget these ridiculous thumbnails people have. And I know there are channels that are popular because the wife wears skimpy clothes. Well, that's not at the risk of upsetting people. That's not who I would recommend looking for. Look for somebody, and when they're married to you, they won't be wearing any clothes, I hope, a lot of the time. But when they don't want to go to the beach and have everybody see their body. That's supposed to be for her husband. Old fashioned, maybe, but that's how it is with me. So that's what I looked for. Somebody that was safe. Somebody who wasn't out there to impress other people. I can't hear you, Paul. Your mic is can't unmute your guest. Your mic isn't connected. If you can hear me.
Okay, can you hear me?
Now it's connected. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I had a drop out on my signal. I'm running wireless, so. Yeah.
We're in the Philippines. No.
So so sorry for technical difficulties. I'll say that. Yeah, so there's a lot of thumbnails online that allude to, and they do that only for views.
Of course.
But yeah, I think there's like one girl out there. She's like a country girl, and like, this isn't in the Philippines, but this is an American girl. She goes out in the middle of the unknown or something, and she takes pictures of herself alluding to, being in skimpy outfits or nothing, living out in the middle of nowhere woods, just to get you to click her stuff. And then it's her working hard at doing like hard labor as living out in the middle of nowhere with her dressing normal. But the fact is, they do that stupid stuff, and it's not something that we really need to allude to. Honestly, if more of us actually didn't agree with it, and if YouTube put a crackdown on it, it would actually go away. But the fact is, that's what the audience wants, and it's kind of terrible. I'm glad for my wife because she doesn't do that kinds of stuff.
Yeah, well, good for both of you.
Yeah. She's not looking for attention from other people. That's but she dresses up. She cares about her appearance. You want a woman that cares about her appearance, but you don't want her to grab the wrong kind of attention. You have to drag other men off of her. That's how it works.
When we're together, I do want my wife to look good. I might suggest, this looks really sexy. This gets my attention. These shoes get my attention. These pants get my attention. This type of whatever gets my attention. Would you please wear this? And if she's uncomfortable,
you can do that. Okay, but you just don't want it to drag the wrong kind of attention from other people. So
if she's uncomfortable, I just say, okay, well, you don't have to be, but I can't force you to wear this. But in the house, I think she should wear about whatever I want her to, because there's nobody. But when you're a modest person, even sometimes just with nobody around, you still might retain that modesty. And look, let's have some fun. I mean, men are visual, and a woman needs to understand that.
Yeah, that makes sense, and that's perfectly fine as long as it's within the home. it's within the marriage bed. So
right.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a big draw for marriage. But if you're wearing sexy clothing to attract, you're going to attract a lot of people. Even if you're married, you're still attracting those people. You don't want to do that.
Yeah,
you're wearing that ring. Hopefully, you wear that ring. You might not wear it at the gym. I do, because I never take it off. But my wife, I don't want her wearing the expensive ring I bought her at the gym and banging it up against some.
I understand. Yeah.
Or even work.
Moving forward. Not a lover of family and disrespectful. So this is like one. I think we can talk a little about this. So this is a person that this is a red flag of a type of Filipina that does not give her family the due respect. Okay. They will talk negatively about her family, always negative. It's perfectly fine if there's a little bit of drama in the family. That's going to be normal in the Philippines regardless.
Yeah,
You're going to face trauma. You know, you're going to face situations where she's fighting with her sister or brothers or father or mother sometimes.
Mhm.
But the fact is, if they completely utterly disrespect and disregard their family, then that's something that you need to be careful of, because over time that could also be you. She's going to, when she comes to America, she can talk negative about you to friends, to family, to other
Yeah.
people. She could be talking negatively in Bisaya in you know, in her language without you even knowing, while she's on video call, be like, this son of a and like that. And you know, she's ultimately disrespecting you, and you being the head of the household. So and that's not something you're looking for, you know, and especially if she's cussing, you know, cursing up a storm and stuff like that, that's not something that you want.
Well, when I met my wife, when we got married, we hadn't been married yet, but we were visiting her family in her house.
Okay.
And they got into an argument about money. I don't speak the language, but I knew it was about money. And I was sitting here, they were in the kitchen, around the kitchen table, and it got heated. And my wife is, well, she's fairly strong-willed, and they had an argument. And well, first she was with me, and I was pulling her arm, you know, hey, slow down. And I was telling her, don't be disrespectful, because I didn't know what it was about. I assumed it was disrespectful. I'd pull her arm, and then she'd get up there, and then she was arguing with her family, and I, to show her how unhappy it was, I just left the house and went for a long walk down the alley, because I'm just tired of this. And one of her brothers came and caught up to me and kind of told me what they were arguing about. And I came back in, and I was like, okay, well, basically she was sticking up for me, because the price of the wedding was getting more expensive, and she had a limit. You know, she kept saying, I could understand budget, budget, budget. And some people wanted her to spend a lot more. And she didn't want to do that, because that was taking advantage of me, in her opinion. So she was arguing about it. And there was something else going on too, but she wasn't in that mold of, oh, Filipino families love each other all the time. They never disagree. You know, no, they're just like any other family. They argue, they fight. That's just normal. When I understood the situation properly, she was sticking up for me, and she was very forceful about it. But often, if you don't know the language, you don't know what they're saying, you can misinterpret it. It was not a bad thing. My wife was sticking up for me by saying, you know, we had a budget for the money. That's what we brought. That's what we're going to spend. And I told her, look, okay, once I knew that's what they were arguing about, I said, look, give her what they want, give them what they want. We'll have a bigger wedding. That's fine. I'm just here to get married. And so I took her side of it. And as many times happens, I'm the one that doesn't quite understand the situation. I jump to conclusions. And in this case, yes, she was arguing with them. I don't know that she was being disrespectful. She loves her family very much, but she did not want me to be taken advantage of. And she was going to let loose, you know, if she thought that was happening. So she was just sticking up for me.
Yeah. I'm having technical difficulties with my other camera for now. Trying to figure out. Yeah, trying to figure out.
You're on there now. So but the people that say, oh, I don't even see my parents anymore. I never talked to that brother or that sister. Man, run 100 miles an hour away from that woman. To me, that's a gigantic red flag. They should love their family. Doesn't mean they always agree or they don't argue, but boy, she should be able to stick up for them, and as well as sticking up for me. It's just normal family relationships. They're no different. There's a lot of similarity. Honestly, I've discovered between foreigner and Filipino relationships, because women are women, men are men. It's not that complicated. What works with one should work for another, no matter where they're from. Treat them a certain way. You can get a woman from anywhere in the world if they speak English. Just treat them right. There's a whole world full of women to marry. They don't have to be from the Philippines. Just find somebody. Don't find the one. Like I say, find someone. Paul is having some technical difficulties here. Wish we had more people to talk about this tonight. We're just starting. This is the second simulcast, live simulcast on each of our channels, Love Beyond the Sea, and then Joanna and Paul. So, you'd see the same thing if you're watching both channels, and we can see the comments here. And we've worked out the bugs, and it looks apparently not. I think he's having some trouble here. Maybe that's more of a charging problem. I don't know. Paul will have to let us know. But we're going to try to do this once a week, Friday nights possibly. And hopefully more people will be a part of this. We're not sexpats. We're Christian men who are looking for a Christian wife. Didn't have to be in America. We gave that a try first, to no avail. And then in relatively short order, I think, found a woman in the Philippines, just like Jeffrey Elford here mentioned earlier in this simulcast. Can you hear me talk, Paul? Is there something you'd like to say? Paul's got some, he's operating this on StreamYard on his channel. So I can't really flip to the next topic because I am not the one operating the StreamYard. But if you want me to comment on something now, please leave a comment. There's two people here. We'll talk about, I'll talk about anything. Right now we're talking about red flags, subtle or not.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. So I'm working on it. For some reason. Okay, so that's working. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, you can flip to the next one. Not wanting to work and lazy. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Oh,
got it. I think I got it. For some reason it just cut out on me. I don't know why.
Okay, now there's a difference, as we were talking to earlier, about not having the opportunity because you live in such a remote place. There just isn't much. Now, hopefully that's not the case, because then it's very difficult to even find the girl.
Sorry about this.
To get to her. But if she's surrounded by Davao is 1.5, 2 million people, Manila, 10 million people, if she doesn't want to work, that's not a good sign. I mean, she should want to work so that somebody else doesn't have to take care of her. She's not married. She needs to run and fend for herself.
I'll be on the side, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, lazy, not wanting to work.
Yeah.
Very much difference. I mean, unless you're disabled, you got to work over in the Philippines because
exactly.
Everybody needs to work, or you'll be sponging off somebody else. My wife doesn't want to be sponging off of anybody, so she worked lots of jobs, different hours. She took anything and everything, and she would do that here. That's why she's a supervisor now. After only working here for like 7.5 years, she got promoted to, well, she didn't get promoted. She left for a supervisor job in another country. They liked her interview. They picked somebody else. And I think they picked somebody else for a different shift, but they kept her interview on file. And then they called her up one day and said, well, we couldn't hire that person. Are you interested? Come and meet everybody, meet the manager. And she went there, had a great interview. They called her back and said, would you like a job? Would you like to work here? So they made a salary, sent all that paperwork out, and she's been working there for 5 months. And she's a leader. And American companies need people like her to run them as supervisors or managers because she's good at it. She's good at it. She learned that in the Philippines, working hard, a lot of menial jobs, so to speak. But she learned to work hard and she's got skills. She's got elite people skills. She has a great work ethic. She's reliable, trustworthy. She's everything you want in a supervisor here, and I want her to continue to do that. In order to finish school, though, she may have to step out of that role for a while just to be able to get that last chemistry class in, because of the hours for school are not really conducive to her work schedule. So I don't know what we're going to do about that. She's one chemistry class away from getting her associate's degree. So, but as she gets older, I don't want her to be doing school and work at the same time. So
I understand.
I hope we can kind of wrap that up sometime, but it's difficult. It causes tension with us But by the same token, I want her to be successful.
Mm.
I didn't have her come here to take care of me. I want to help her achieve the greatest potential she can with her life.
Yeah, I think that's like for any one of us that we want our spouse to have potential.
Well,
So yeah,
let me interrupt you, Paul.
yeah.
I know a lot of guys on YouTube, they don't
Well, I
want their
meant for
wife to work.
us.
Yeah, well, a lot of guys don't. They don't want them to work. Well,
Yeah.
maybe they don't want them making more than they do, which is very possible for a woman to come here in short order and make more than he is.
Yeah.
They work hard, long hours. They're good workers.
Yeah.
Filipinos good workers here in this country. Filipinas good workers in this country.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a guy whose wife probably makes $150,000 a year. I mean, they're good workers and they should work. But if the guy doesn't trust her because, I'm a lot older, not as attractive, she's out there, all these other men are getting to her, all these women are changing her mind about stuff, then you don't trust her.
Yeah.
So you can't encourage her to work and then tell her, I don't want you to work because these men will hit on you, and they will. My wife's been asked by several men out on dates, but they just simply didn't know she was married. And then they're kind of embarrassed and apologize, and that was that. Well, that's fine. I want her to look good to other men. She does. And
Yeah.
she comports herself very maturely. She should be a catch, but she's safe with me. And I trust her. You and I trust their wives because we know them. People that marry women for looks don't trust them. They're always going to be on edge. What is she doing? Who is she doing it with? How come she's not home?
Yeah, you need to have good trust with your husband and wife, but both of you need to have good trust together.
Yep. And that's
no matter what. I mean, it's a good component about that, But wanting to work, I mean, I already done told my wife I want you to work. So, she wanted to be a stay-at-home mom, and I'm like, here in America, I kind of need you to work. So, double income, with the way things are going right now, you kind of need two incomes now. So
this is America.
Yeah. The home. Yeah. This is the land of the free, but I feel more unfree. So, but
maybe when we're 60 or 65, we go to the Philippines and live there.
I don't know. There's a lot to consider when moving there, and that's another topic that we need to talk about in the future.
Yep.
Either personally, one-on-one on this camera, or just open topic just like this. So yeah.
I've got some doozies here if you're whenever you're done with what you wrote down, Paul.
Oh, okay.
Lies and contradictions. Okay.
Lies and contradictions. So this is just simple. We might just fly through this real quick. Yeah. So big red flag, for a Filipina, you don't want to catch her always lying to you. You don't want to catch her, whenever you're researching, you're looking at her Facebook and you're looking at her images online, you're trying to figure out what she's really doing and stuff, and all of a sudden things just don't add up on you, and you're like, I don't know if this woman's really for me or not, and you gotta, you can't just be blinded by that, be like, oh, how beautiful she is. Dude, if she's lying to you, you need to run. You need to run fast. That was one thing about my wife is, everything that she was telling me, this is one thing that my boss asked me. Okay, whenever I got back, he was like, "Well, how did you know it was, that you weren't being tricked? How did you know that this wasn't, like scam? Because it's like the scam capital of the world, and it's not the scam capital of the world. I think there's other countries that are probably worse scams than the Philippines, but it's probably alluded to be one of the biggest scam capitals, And I think there's a lot of scammers in America on top of it.
Oh, yeah.
No matter where you go, you're going to face scammers. But the fact is that, how did I know that it wasn't a scam? I asked my wife a lot of questions, and every single thing that she said and I looked up was true. It was just that simple. She seemed to be genuinely telling me the truth. Everything she was facing, everything she was doing, all of her family, she wasn't contradicting herself.
Yeah, like she didn't say I went to school in this school, and then the next time it was a different school.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you know, oh, I must have, I don't know why I said that, you know. But
Yeah.
you never know. If a woman is talking to multiple men and making things up, she might kind of forget who she's saying what to. And when
Yeah.
you're not focusing on one person, she can end up getting her stories, you know, twisted. And if
Yeah.
you're talking to too many people at once and not taking notes,
All of a sudden she
you may not
starts calling you
remember what
John.
she told you.
Yeah.
You might, it's just better, in my opinion, to focus on one person. That way you can eliminate them faster than if you're talking to 5 women at once. You can
Mhm.
also find out she's a good one for you if you focus on her. So I don't see any real advantage. You can get 5 people that you're kind of involved with, but I would say don't take forever to get down to one. Get down to
Don't.
one. If something comes up, okay, you move on to the next one. You get married faster that way. You can eliminate the wrong one faster that way. I think it's
Yeah.
a good idea. And the more you talk to just that one
Yeah.
person, any lies or contradictions will be very easy to see because that's the only one you're hearing from.
Yeah.
And
I know
take
when
notes if you
yeah.
want to.
I know when I was on the dating website and I was talking to my friends about pursuing this situation, and I was talking to 3 of them or something, and then I have a coworker. I wouldn't say he's too much of a friend, but I had a coworker and stuff, and he was all happy for me talking to 3 different women all the time, and I was just like, I'm not happy. I'm already confused about who I'm talking to all the time, and trying to keep up with it. So
Yeah.
yeah,
When my wife said she wanted just me to only talk with her and nobody
yeah,
else, I was kind of relieved. I was a little bit
me too.
surprised. But then I called the other ones, like I said before. And then I was able to just roll up my sleeve and talk to her. And I proposed on day 18. I thought about it on day 12.
Mhm.
I did on 18. Saw her a month later, got married in less than 8 weeks. We're still married 8 years and 8 months.
Yeah,
I don't say that's what everybody should do, but I
yeah,
was dead serious. And I was only talking to her once we went steady. And if you know me, I'm tend to be serious and I talk about serious things and marriage is a serious thing.
it is.
And she wanted to get married and she really did. I do think Filipinas need to be a little more picky or discerning with the men they marry.
I
And
I don't
so
think
the
they
fact
are
that she
though.
married me so soon, people say, oh, it's a red flag. Well, look, she didn't have any red flags to me. She just wanted to get married. And one of her big thing
Mhm.
was to find some no nonsense guy that wasn't going to be playing games. And she trusted that that was me. So she said, okay, I'll marry you. She said, if you come see me.
Mm.
So I got the ring that day.
Yeah,
That was a Saturday morning. So I had all day. I got the ring. I told her about it. And then I made plans to go to the Philippines, of course, and then the embassy, because I was going to marry her on that first time I met her. And we did because I was serious about marriage and I was only talking to her. And I'm committed. It's for life. If I find out something isn't right, that's my problem. I'm the pursuer. I am the CEO of my marriage. Okay, that means if something isn't right, I am responsible, not the person that I hired, so to speak. And I can't fire her.
mm,
So you're hiring, so to speak, this person for the rest of your life. You better make a good choice. And you
yeah,
can't blame her, point the finger, kick her out the door. No, that's your mess, buddy. You married her. That's your problem. You fix it. That's I wish 50 people were here to hear that because they need
yeah.
to.
It'll get there though, Bob. It'll get there no matter what. Just having this online is just good enough. But the fact is that yeah, I like that. You just can't get rid of your wife because suddenly she's not there for you. She's not the one that you hope for. You have to make it work out no matter what.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're no, this isn't going to Amazon, buying something and returning it at the department store that has
I have
Amazon.
something to say about that. Hold on, I have something to say about
Yeah,
that. People, okay, so whenever I oh, wrong one. Whenever I was pursuing a woman online and stuff, I had several people try to allude to the fact, and this is one thing that I'm going to mention, and I think somebody commented, but I'm gonna, yeah, Yeah, we're going to answer that in a second.
Mhm.
But I several people that always try to use this analogy. Well, try it before you buy it. Have sex with a woman before you settle down with her, and you wouldn't buy a car before you bought it, or sorry,
Yeah.
before you test drove it. Yeah, you wouldn't buy a car before you test drove it. I don't believe in that analogy, and I don't think women are like cars. That's not how it works. So, we are individuals. We are treated as individuals. We have our own life experiences and our situations, and you have to make it work with your significant other. And you guys can make it work as long as, one of my friends said, as long as they're teachable. You need to first identify if somebody's teachable. And that's something I alluded to in our last live. But the fact is that I don't really like to watch Emma McDonald or whatever I think her name is. She's a Christian, but the one thing that she had another lady on there mention, and I think I might have alluded this to you too, Bob. But the fact is that real sex, okay, is not something you find apart. It's something you make together. Real relationships is not something you find apart. It's what you build together. That's how it's found. That's how God's proponent for marriage really is. And for all these sex paths to go out there and finally settle down with someone, you know what? That baggage weighs on their life, no matter what we do. When you live that kind of life, I know my previous problems, my previous sins weigh down my life. I still have to pay for those sins that I faced in my past. And no matter what you do, no matter how you contribute to it, if you want to go out there, I swear, don't go to the Philippines, go to Thailand and then do it. You know what? There's a bunch of them there that'll help you do that, to be a sex path. The fact is that if you want to truly settle down, you're going to make it work with the one individual that's teachable.
It's all you got to do. One woman.
Yeah, one woman.
Please her.
One woman for a lifetime. My ring says Matthew 19:6 inside of here. You can't read it, but it says Matthew 19:6. And it says, Jesus said, what God has joined together, let no one separate. No one set us under. But the fact is, that's what it says inside my ring. It says Paul and Joanna Spees, Matthew 19:6 on it, inside of my ring. And that's what I'm going to do. I don't want anyone to separate us. I don't want to do it. Yeah.
Here's the thing, Paul. If, let's say, you've had, not you personally, but a person has had sex with, 10 other Filipinos or whatever. Some it may be 50. Then you're going to take all that, like you said, to your wife, and you're going to have expectations of the poor girl. You got to do this. You got to measure up here. This is what I want. You start with her because your body belongs to her.
Yeah.
So you have to answer the bell for her and only her. You don't drag anybody else into it. Her body belongs to you. Now, the goal would be that is something you do regularly and constantly, consistently. But in reality, that's not going to be the way life is, especially if you're both working. And there would be a lot of frustration and tension a lot of times. They say, well, what's the average, like twice a week for married couples?
Yeah.
Some say, wow, that's twice a year is all I get it. Well, that's not good. You should be doing more than twice a year.
You need to work on that.
Even if you have to schedule it, you let's face it, the busier you are, the more you got to say, look, here's our window. And we got to plan around this because we're both busy. We got different times. We got different schedules and shifts and whatever. But that is essential. And so this is part of the age gap thing I talked about. You need to be able to satisfy her for as long as she's pre-menopause. When she loses her desire, well, then, and you haven't lost your desire, that's something you're going to have to deal with. But if she still wants it and you're too old for that, that's a big problem.
Gotcha.
And she needs to recognize that before she gives her body to someone that can't please her. That is a big component of marriage, sex. Absolutely, positively. I grew up hearing people tell me, oh, Bob, sex is like 1% of marriage or some small, that's nonsense. People don't get married without wanting to have sex. So it's a big deal.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, we're gonna move forward. We're gonna wrap this up around 2 hours, so we're gonna try to run through this. And Bob's got a few he wants to cover too. Signs of distrust. So we're just gonna try to fly through this a little bit. Signs of distrust, trust issues. Basically, if this woman, I kind of understand this, and I'm gonna speak a little bit from experience with my wife. She has some slight trust issues. She has some distrust issues, and it's because she has attachment issues. She lost both of her parents, and she just wants me to be there with her for full attention, and I'm perfectly fine with showing her enough, of what I'm doing throughout my day so she can trust me, as long as it doesn't go too far. But if you are showing signs of distrust and you're always jealous, that's not a good component. It's not a good way to have a good marriage, because then you always have to allude to like what you're doing and where you're going and who you're with, and it's a difficult marriage. I've had a lot of past relationships where that was the problem, and a lot of signs of distrust, and it's not fun. It makes I don't know. I don't want to allude to too much, but it almost made me want to kill myself because of the type of woman I was with. So,
Well, some of that has to be earned over time, but you'd like to think you kind of go into the relationship, into the marriage with already a solid base of trust.
Yeah. You expect, especially after you're married, you expect there to be more trust.
It still needs to be built. I mean, a lot of Filipinas, their experience with foreign men is they aren't trustworthy. And so they go into that thinking, well, how can I trust him? When I was married, of course, I got married so quickly. I'm still getting people from Christian Filipina for like the first year or two after I got married, because I left my profile up because I wanted to talk to guys who I wanted to be able to. Well, they used to have at the time, which they don't now, a really good message board. So I just left my profile up, but I'd still get all these women contacting me, and my wife would see that, and why are you talking to this person? I said, I'm not talking to them, hon. I just haven't taken my account down, because there were some men I was talking to, trying to help them. So I didn't want to hide anything, but I figured if they could see that I was married on May 10th, 2015, there would be no reason to ask me out or say, hi, are you available? No, of course I'm not. But initially that bothered her, but she knows look, I have gone overboard with her because I love her so much, to show her she is my one and only, and there's nobody going to get in the way. And by now she knows that with 100% certainty. If we go to bed, well, we don't go to bed angry, but if we're angry about that time, we will go to bed, we'll hold hands, we'll make up as much as possible, because we know we're both letting off steam. Sometimes it's me, sometimes it's her. Sometimes we clash together. But that's part of it.
I could be like your marriage.
You can't be afraid of that. Yeah. Because my wife, she's a strong-willed woman, and I can be strong-willed too. I'm the leader of the marriage. Okay, I don't want to put up with any guff. Men have testosterone. We like to be in control, and we don't put up with crap. And that can get you in a little bit of trouble if you want to pick a fight with your wife, because you don't want to do that. You need to dwell with her in an understanding way, the Bible says. And so you need to understand her. What are you thinking? What's going on in your heart? What are you experiencing, believing? Be empathetic towards her. Understand her and what's going on in your life. And when she's homesick for the first 6 months or a year, you want to know, Hannah, is there anything I can do to help you? And maybe she's spending too much time on Facebook back home. You just got to accept that. You can't say, look, I'm the boss, I'm laying down the law, you're spending too much time on Facebook. There's got to be a better way to say it. Like, I understand you need to be in touch, and you've never been so far away, and you've never felt so bad. I'm going to give you all that time, hon, but kind of let me know what you're talking about. Let me share things with your family so I can know, and I can ask you about your family. But just because you're the boss doesn't mean you got to drop the hammer. You're responsible for that relationship. If it's not working, what are you going to do about it to make it better? That's the way I have to look at it myself.
I had experience with a friend of mine, not in the relationships, but but I have a problem where I'm too, how do I say it? I'm I'm too open. I don't know. I always put my foot in my mouth, but basically,
I can do that too.
yeah, and I'm kind of too forceful on people about certain things. I speak my mind a lot. I'm sure you see it now too. And but the fact is that I don't hold anything back, and I have to be sometimes careful when I talk to my wife about that. But I was speaking to a friend of mine and stuff, and I was telling him a situation that was going on that mentioned his name, and we wound up not talking for several weeks because I just opened up about what I thought, and he didn't agree with it, and we had to eventually work through it. We're still good friends now, but the fact is that for a few weeks he didn't want to talk to me, and I've always been blamed for being a little too mean to people for speaking my mind, and I got to be really careful, especially with my wife, about that situation. But
Because Filipinos are not typically
sensitive.
confronted.
They're sensitive too. My wife is really sensitive, but yeah, I don't want to downplay her, but she's really sensitive about it. So
Well, that's good because you need to grow that side of your
I do.
personality.
I need to grow about how to speak to her in a more sensible manner. Yeah,
And that's a benefit of marriage, Paul,
it
because
is.
it
It's really.
shows you who you really are.
Mhm.
Okay, a lot of people don't want that. They don't want to deal with seeing who they really are and confronting the ugliness of their own nature and things that need to
Yeah,
change. You ask God to help you change this so you can be the best husband you can be.
yeah,
And
and this is the thing
marriage
that
helps you
God's going.
grow up.
Yeah, and this is the things that God's gonna help me throughout my marriage. This is what the unity is gonna do. It's gonna teach me to be more mature in my marriage.
That's what you
Finding
need.
someone who's a little bit opposite of you, you know, will sometimes help you be a better person, be a better man, you know. But finding someone who's equal playing field as you, that's why I don't really agree with women in the West. A lot of them are too masculine because you're just always arguing. So, but the fact is, yeah, then that's a problem sometimes. But having someone who's a little bit more sensitive, teaches me to get out of being argumentative a little bit. I had a disagreement with my wife. Well, no, not a disagreement. I was telling her about something. And she said she doesn't want to argue, and I said I'm kind of argumentative, and she's like, "Yeah, that's your culture." so, so yeah, it is my culture. I am. I kind of like to fight sometimes, and I have to get out of that. So I have to get out of that mindset.
One thing that my wife has learned from me is that couples that don't argue don't have a relationship.
You
And
know,
I hear people say, "Oh,
I had a
I've
friend like
been
that.
with my wife for 5 years. We never argue." I'll tell you probably why that is. Because you're so demanding and domineering, she knows she's not going to get anywhere.
Mm,
And you only accept things your way. That's why you don't argue.
mm.
She's afraid to argue with you because you've set up that type of environment. I think that's very possibly the case. And my wife said the other day, finally, after 8 years and 8 months, couples that don't argue um, don't have good communication. They don't have a good relationship. We argue, disagree a lot, almost every other day about something.
Yeah.
But
Disagreement can be healthy. It
again,
can.
yeah, then it's like, okay, well, she's made me a better person just by interacting with her
Mm.
because I want her fulfilled, happy. I'll get out of the way and let her, be happy and fulfilled. Um, and I don't want to put my foot down unless it's really necessary. But we do argue on stuff like I said to you or somebody else. I keep telling her when you're away, I need to be able to reach you. Don't put your phone
You
on
mentioned
silent,
that to me, yeah.
please, because it drives me crazy.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
When I can't, the other day she's calling me from her friend's house, kind of not in a good neighborhood, and she says, um, oh, she had to get her car warmed up. She said, "Well, there's some weird guy walking around here in the parking lot." And then I didn't hear from her.
Mm.
So I'm thinking, oh my gosh, did he hit her in the head? She's lying in the parking lot. I calling her on Viber, phone, messenger, every which way, texting her, nothing. Well, so I even drove over there. I found out on Life 360 app where she was, where they lived. And I went up there and knocked on the door, and everything was fine, but she had put her phone on silent. And then when that happened the second time, I had to get into the car because I was screaming at her as loud as I could. I was so frustrated that she did it again. Because if something happens, I need to be there to help you. You could be stranded. You could be in an accident. I could be in an accident. There's no excuse to not be able to have you available.
Mm.
And man, I just about snapped. And but now, of course, she's better at that. And her friends told her, make sure when you're here, you don't put your phone on silent because Bob doesn't like that. Now, I hate that it comes to yelling, but this could be life and death.
Well,
if I can't find her, can't communicate with her.
Yeah.
So that's hopefully something we're getting better at.
Well,
but you know what? Yes, we argue about that. But I cannot.
I know if you allude, I know sometimes if you allude to something and they're not listening and you really want something to happen, sometimes being a little bit more argumentative toward them about it and being like, hey, this is something I don't like. And this is something I don't like. And we're either gonna have a fight about it, or you're gonna help me work this out where we're going to agree on something here. I don't usually leave my phone on silent unless I'm doing church. That's it. I have my phone on silent. I think I have my phone on silent now just because I'm live streaming. That's something different. But the fact is that, my wife can still message me and I can still message her. I can still pull up my messenger. My computer pulls up if I get a message from her. I can still see it. But the fact is that it's not something I agree with. I don't like locked doors in my house, well, no, not on my house, but in my rooms. I don't like to try to hide anything. I don't like to. I mean, we're talking about signs of distrust. So I don't like locked phones. I don't like silent phones. I don't like second phones. I'm sorry to everyone that wants a second phone and the stupid songs about needing two phones, one for your bros and one for your hoes. I'm sorry. I don't agree with that. But you only need one phone. You only need one phone number. You only need, unless you're really legitimately running a business and you have a business phone, or your work needs you to have a second phone, you don't need that phone. So, that's just how it is. I don't agree with
spots. If it's something that's damaging to the relationship, then you just gotta
you gotta address it.
If it's not that big a deal, then understand it's not that big a deal and don't make it one. But my wife and I are very good at apologizing. We don't go to bed enemies. When that bed to me is my holy place. I don't want to go to bed angry with my wife. So we're always, snuggling, or I can touch her. I don't want the cold shoulder. It's happened a few times in 8
It's not a
plus
good
years,
thing.
of course.
Don't
But
let the
that's
sun
not
go
what
down on your wrath.
I am not there to fight her. I am there to maybe correct her, to get her attention. But at the end of the day, I'll die for you. I will support you, even if you're wrong. I'll support her somebody's guilty. I'll just use O.J. Simpson for example, and I'm not trying to say he's guilty, but he has a defendant. He has the right to legal counsel and defense.
Yeah, we all do.
So unless my wife breaks the law or sins, I'm going to support her, even if I know. I'm going to support her. She needs to know I've got her back.
Yeah.
Nobody has her back like me. Nobody loves her like me. Nobody supports her like me. Nobody cares her like I do. And that, that means I do have the right to say, look, things aren't going in the direction I want. Let's do this. Let's not do that with our money. Although I'm very, very lenient with her. But there are times when I just have to say, I'm just not comfortable, hon. I don't think this is a good idea. I don't think you should go out driving. They just shut down schools and it's snowing. Why don't you stay here with me? Well, but she needs me so much. Okay, all right, hon. You call me when you get there and you drive extra slow.
Yeah.
And then, if the roads are bad, she realizes I was right, and then maybe she comes back. But that's just part of being married. If you're afraid of conflict and arguments, don't get married. And those things will make you better. Once you hurt enough that you hurt her feelings, you're going to have to apologize. And when she knows she's done something
No.
wrong, guess what? She's going to apologize, and your marriage is going to get stronger,
Yeah.
not
It
weaker.
will.
Sometimes, oh, you're arguing with me? I married the wrong person. You said F you, I married the wrong person. No, you just have to be the right person to that person that God gave you to marry.
Yeah.
Expect conflict, handle it the
You're gonna
best
have to.
you can.
Yeah,
You're
you're gonna
going
have
to
to
screw up
adjust to it.
sometimes.
Yeah,
That's
you're
all.
gonna. Yeah, you're
Just
gonna have to
admit it,
adjust
confess it.
together. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
gonna have to
that's all
change
right.
something. Yeah, gambling issues. So,
You didn't believe me on this one.
I wasn't sure. I don't know about women gambling. It's usually men gambling. I know here in America we would allude to slot machines. A lot of women would do slot machines, but I don't know. I didn't face that issue when I went there, so I didn't really know about gambling. But yeah, I guess that could be a big component of a red flag to have gambling issues. So yeah,
Hot
This-
button issue. That's for me. For me, Paul, one of the few times I've said no. Okay,
yeah,
is this.
Mhm.
Hun, can I? Because when they come to the United States, they see billboards all over the place. Lottery, $250 million, 500 millions. And so she says, "Can I buy a lottery ticket?"
Mm,
And I say, "No, hon, you
yeah,
can't." Do you see me buying lottery tickets? Do you see
mm,
wealthy people buying lottery tickets? Who
yeah.
buys lottery tickets? People that want to get rich quick. Most of
I,
those people are
yeah,
poor within a couple years.
exactly.
They don't know how
I
to they don't know how
yeah,
to handle money. So
yeah.
I'm saying,
We have to be careful about that stuff. And I live near a casino, but the fact is that I can allude to that, and I understand. When I was younger. I don't do it now, especially now that I'm a Christian. I've only been a Christian like 7 years or so. But when I was younger, I would occasionally. I'm not one of those people. I used to work at a gas station, and I watched people regularly buy lottery
mhm,
tickets,
mhm,
and they bought a lottery. I've
mhm.
I've I've sold whole rolls to people that bought lottery tickets, whole rolls of just scratchers and stuff like that, and people just literally spend their whole paychecks on lottery tickets. I've been to a casino previously in my life, and I've lost some money, not but not to the point where I was broke. I said, this is my budget, this is what I'm going to spend. I've lost this. I've gained a little bit in the past, and and I've done blackjack in the past, but it's not something I really like to do. Sure, they have free food sometimes and free, like, but that's how they get you. Free
And
food,
no
drinks.
windows and no clocks.
Exactly. Exactly. They don't have all that stuff. But yeah, sure, they have free food and free drinks there while you're waiting around. But yeah, you
Well, I
know.
tell my wife the
I,
Bible says you make money this way:
uh-huh.
work, savings,
Mhm.
investing, inheritance, gift. That's about it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and so when she says, "Well, can I just buy a lottery ticket?" I say, "No, hon, that's not how we make money. We
No.
have a financial advisor. My wife knows
Yeah.
everything about our, like my pension,
Hmm.
Social Security, her money. It's
Mm.
all in one website. Checking accounts
Okay.
is really cool. We can, and the worth of the house, in equity, we can see all that with one big total, and then the
Mm.
breakdown and another breakdown. And that's just so
Okay.
she can see this is what you can do when you work and save. She was putting in, before this new job, she was putting in 7% of her check and getting matched with like 3 or 4.
Mm.
And so she's got a pretty good little amount in there for so soon. And I guess I just checked today, the stock market might have had its best day ever. But it can be a volatile year when you're in the year of an election.
Yeah. It
But I
will be.
wanted to know the compound interest. If you got a chunk of money, and if it grows at 9%, which is pretty darn good, it will double every 8 years. Or if it's 8%, it'll double every 9 years. So I said, "Hun, this amount of money, if you just leave it, don't touch it, double it every 9, and then double that after 18, double that after 27. Now you're 62 years old, and here's what you would have if you didn't even contribute to it, but put in money and get match money." That's what you want to do, not gambling tickets, not scratcher tickets and stuff like that. the odds of winning are almost infinitesimal,
Yeah.
right? Very minuscule, very small. And so I did put my foot down. I said, no, for your own good and my own sanity, no gambling, no. And I consider scratch tickets gambling. Now, some can say, well, Bob, you're being overbearing. Look, you run your household your way. I have to run it mine. We're both responsible to God. You
Yeah, I
may
was gonna
allow
say,
one
we
thing,
answer to
I
God.
may not.
Yeah.
But we're both accountable to the same God, and we look at His Word and interpret it the best we can, and we lead our family that way. So, no, I'm not. I'm for her working because she said she wanted to work, and most Filipinos want to work. You give them a chance to work overtime, and they're saying, "I get paid time and a half. I'll sign up for it." My wife would work holidays if she could, and she did when she could. She's a lot like me in that way. I told her, work every overtime you can possibly get, because eventually you're going to have a dry spell where nobody's working overtime.
Mm-hmm.
And if you pass up that overtime and then you want it and then they don't have it for 3 months, that will be a regret. Do it as much as you can.
Yeah.
And then you won't be sorry when you can't work anymore for whatever reason. So don't do it with striking, getting lucky.
Yeah.
You didn't earn that money.
Yeah, you didn't earn it. You took it for someone else, because what you benefited off of, whatever you benefited off of, someone else lost. And that's one thing several other people have I looked at, that you're contributing to someone else's loss, even if you won. There was one time I was in a casino, and I lost $200. This is in the past, but I lost $200, and I had some alcohol, but afterward, and I just said, I'm done after this. But the fact is that, and then I had a friend hand me a $20 chip, and then I won all of my $200 back plus some. So a $20 chip, and then I watched him lose over $500 on one game of blackjack, and all of it. And but I was literally standing at the bar, and I watched this couple literally win $10,000 just by like a little slot machine thing, and like that I was considering about doing. I was considering doing, and I said, no, I'm done, because I just got all my money back, and I was like, no, I'm not going to do it. And then they walked up to it and they won 10 grand, and I was just like, yeah. So, but the fact is that, but this is the thing. When I read my Bible, God is in charge. And I was reading the book of Ezekiel, and it talks about these Assyrians, these people from Persia about to attack Israel. And they're talking about shaking the arrow. They're talking about looking at the guts, looking at the bladder or something. I think there is like that. And they're talking about casting lots and all these things. And then you see God literally say that He is in charge of that.
Mm-hmm.
He's in charge of that decision. And then he literally says that whatever decision they're going to make, I'm in charge of that. And they're coming for you, Israel. They're coming for you. and that's why I always say, luck isn't real. I don't believe in luck. If God's real, luck isn't. That's how it works. So,
I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah. So because I think out of everything, we're either blessed or not blessed by God for this is the decisions we make. Several YouTubers allude this word called serendipity, and a lot of them use luck with serendipity. Mm-hmm. But the way serendipity works is basically whatever you put in, you expect to eventually get out of it. People recognize you for what you're doing in life, and that's how serendipity works. It's not luck. It's not chance. It's literally saying, hey, you're doing all of the work and people are recognizing you, and then saying, well, why don't I put you in this position? That's how it works. it's not circumstance.
That's how my wife built her career.
Yeah.
Once she got the English or they do a drug test and a writing test, the what do you call it? The temporary agency, so she could work where I worked because they were hiring your relatives, but they had to go through a temporary agency. And they hired her, and her job was peeling labels for 2 weeks. They said, we'll give you a job for 2 weeks. You're going to be peeling labels with some other people. Well, my wife said, I work hard as I can in everything. And that's what she did for 2 weeks, peeling labels, probably going in and putting it back and getting some more and doing the paperwork. And she was peeling twice as fast. She's got really tiny fingers. And some of the people that were there peeling were management, because everybody in the company had to pitch in because they had a lot of rework.
Yeah.
Everybody had to do it, whether they liked it or not. Even salary people making $300,000 a year and supervisors. And they saw her work and they thought, my goodness, that woman, without anybody necessarily monitoring her or forcing her to do that, look at how hard she's working, how dedicated. So they said, I think we're going to give you more than 2 weeks. How about, here's a floor jack. Do you know how to I'll teach you how to use a floor jack.
Yeah.
So we got the manager of the department making a lot of money, showing my wife how to use a floor jack because he sees potential in her. Then they show her how to do this. They give her more responsibility because she did not say, oh, what a menial task. Nobody cares. I always told her, hon, you work your ass off because you don't know who else is watching you. You always go hard. And so next thing you know, she's got 10 little uniforms in her locker room. She's so small, the pants don't fit, and they got the smallest pants and all that.
Oh, wow.
But they gave her the job and said, we want you to stay. So she stayed for 3 years, did a heck of a job. Everybody this was the same company I was at, and everybody knew she was very well thought of. Higher ups, she had a reputation, and she did a great job. And then she went to another company and advanced to a lead, making really good money, got some awards for her work ethic and stuff. And now she's a supervisor at another company because she deserves it. And it all started with, she wasn't lucky that she was peeling those labels with those people there. She went and said, I'm going to give it my best. And people noticed and said, I wonder if she's for real. What else can she do with more responsibility? She didn't say, I want more responsibility. She just dug her heels in and worked hard. And now she's a supervisor.
That's good.
Making about as much as I made in 40 years,
Wow.
And she'll make more than I will someday, but she's
but that's serendipity. That's
every bit of it because
for her hard work and labor.
She's not perfect. Nobody is.
Yeah.
But boy, she's smart. She's sharp. She learns fast. She has great people skills. Nobody's going to outwork her.
Yeah.
Now I have to smooth out some rough edges. I have to keep encouraging her, building her up. I love doing that. For her because she's got so much potential.
The Bible says, who is faithful in little is faithful in much. We know that.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect.
that's how it works.
In fact, there was a movie we saw the other day. I think it was one of the we saw 4 John Wick movies, and then we started the movie we're watching with some friends. It's I think it was John Wick once, and they were saying, there was a saying, and I've heard it before, so it's not from the movie necessarily, but they were saying, what you do in anything is what you do in everything.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's a good verse or a good statement to relate to work. In your life, what you do in anything, I've heard it with sports, what you do in anything is what you do in everything.
Yeah.
I like that. That's a very profound little statement.
Exactly. I had I have nothing about like doing rework or anything like that, even though my job, we have rework and stuff like that with regarding in that situation. But there was a situation where we were just sweeping the floors, me and a coworker of mine, and he believes in luck. And and the
people here, the 8 o'clock crowd.
the 8 o'clock people, welcome. Please like and subscribe to Love Beyond the Sea and Joanna and Paul, and we are currently here talking about red flags and scammers from Filipinas. So like and subscribe. Join us
Our
for more.
wives are not here,
Yeah,
but we are
yeah.
married to Philippines.
Yeah, we are married and stuff. I'm currently in a long distance relationship, and his wife is currently at work. So, but that being said, I did have a particular story that I faced just at work. Why I don't believe in luck, and there was a YouTube video that I can reference why I don't believe in luck, but this particular incident that happened to me personally was me and a friend, a coworker of mine, were just sweeping the floors, and they would occasionally see you for your efforts. They would notice, and they would sometimes give you something like a vending machine dollar thing that you can put in the vending machine for a free item. And I literally had this situation happen to me. And after we cleaned the floor, nobody that I'm aware of noticed us, except one of our big boss notices us. And he walks in and he uses that VIN book and says, "Do I want a soda?" And at that particular time, I was already praying to God for a soda. And the other gentleman that was with me knew I was praying to God for a soda. And then he uses that VIN book to give me a soda and stuff and says, "Thank you for your hard work," and stuff. And I turned to my buddy who does not believe in God, and I said, "That was that chance or was that God?" And he said, "I don't know." So yeah, he's like, "I don't know." Yeah, that was kind of the situation.
Yeah, I don't believe in chance.
Me
When my
neither.
wife has circumstances, when I lost my job, I was so puzzled. How in the world can I not get short-term disability when my doctor says I may never work again?
Mm.
How in the world do you not get a day off paid? So I go 3.5 years now. I got SSDI. Well, how come I didn't get that 3.5 years ago? I don't know. It just bothered me. I had nightmares. But I did know this, that situation is so weird. God had to be orchestrating it.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have to tell me why.
Yeah.
But I know that was from God.
Yeah.
So I can look back and say, well, it gave me more time to be more helpful to my wife,
Yeah.
to do this, to do that, to write the
Yeah.
book, to whatever.
Yeah.
Now I feel justified, but
Yeah.
you could go back to, I don't know, over a long work career, why do I work with such disagreeable people or such bad bosses? Or because God wanted
God
to
allowed
introduce
it.
that into
Yeah, he
your
allowed
life for a while. And I can say that to my wife. Yes, hon. Boy, you work with some real
Yeah.
hard to get along people, but God put them there for a reason. So maybe to
God always
test
puts people in your life for a reason.
supervisory skills
Yeah.
with them.
Acts
But you're not always going to
17:26
agree with everybody. Yeah,
determines the ground of their habitations. So, before times. And Acts
God
7,
controls all that.
he's in control of all that. I know the times that I've ever bought a lottery ticket. Like 3 times I've ever bought a lottery ticket. These 3 things happened to me. Can you hear me? Okay, I wasn't sure.
Okay.
All right, but these 3 particular things happened to me. I know one time I bought a lottery ticket, and I didn't have money at all to buy food. I won $5.
Yeah.
Hold on. I didn't have gas. Won $7. My transmission went out. I won $100. Isn't that crazy? So don't tell me that God's not in that. Don't tell me that God's not in that situation. But the fact is that doesn't give me an opportunity to go out there and waste my money on lottery tickets. But I know when I didn't believe in God, God still provided, no matter what. So,
But like we said, you're responsible for your life and your
Mhm.
leadership of your family.
Yeah,
So am I, and there will be
yeah,
times we disagree. One time, my wife got a bonus. She got like $2,000 bonus,
it's not
and
something I
she asked,
agree with.
"Hon, can I buy? I don't know if it was a couple purses or a couple shoes or something. It was going to cost $2,000." And I said, "It's your money. You earned it.
Wow.
That's fine with me," because it meant a lot to her. Not
Mhm.
because she wanted to brag back home and make videos, but just to her thinking, growing up poor, I've accomplished something.
Mm.
And to her, to us, it's like, that's a waste of money. To
Yeah,
her, this shows, this symbolizes I've arrived. I've worked hard.
It's good.
I've made changes. I came here. I'm working really hard, and it was a bonus. They just gave her the money, and she asked me, "Can I do this with this money?" And because she asked me, I was more willing to let her do it because she asked me, and she earned it. So I said, "No problem."
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's my wife. I told her my phone will be on, and unless it's an emergency, we want to do this live stream. But so she's updating me on some stuff.
That's good.
So I let her do that because it was her money and it was a bonus,
That's
and
good.
she would be very happy. Now, most men probably wouldn't do that, but look, again, I only have to answer to God and please my wife. Okay, so she's very grateful for that. She always, not always, but once in a while, I say, "Hun, we got so many clothes in here. We don't have any more hangers," because I tend to do the laundry since she's working. And I have my own fastidious way of, I want my hangers black, and you can have the white hangers. I got
There you
too
go.
OCD there. I
So
don't
you
want
know
to
the
mix
difference.
them.
So you don't accidentally wear your wife's clothes.
Your stuff is on the left side. My stuff is on the right side. I use black hangers. Don't take my black hangers for your clothes because you keep buying more clothes.
There you go.
And so we've found all these hangers, and once in a while I got to let her use pink hangers or my black hangers, and it bothers me. But she's got a lot of clothes, but she's very grateful for that. So she'll say thank you. I never thought I would have this much clothes, because when you're in the Midwest, you have to have winter clothes, spring clothes, fall clothes, summer clothes,
I know. I'm looking to
coats,
have to do that with my wife. And when she
coats
finally
for
gets
all the
here,
seasons.
I know when she finally gets here, she's gonna have to allude to that kind of clothing too, you know, and I'm gonna have to fork over some money just to help her, start up too.
She
And
will probably like the thrift stores. My wife buys most of her
yeah, which is
stuff
fine.
in
We have
the
good
thrift
thrift
stores.
stores around here.
I'm surprised she does that because she
Yeah.
doesn't have to. She can go to department stores as long as she's got the money, but she still likes thrift stores.
Yeah.
And that's okay. She dresses so well. I am so pleased with her. I told her, "On the next job interview you go, wear that.
Yeah.
You will impress everybody, because you always dress for a job. You dress for the level above you."
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
she doesn't like people that come to work, like men that come to work dressed in rags, because like there's another guy at work that married a Filipina, and
Yeah.
he goes to work. She says he wears rags all the time, and because it makes it look like his wife can't take care of him.
Mm.
And so, in other words, it makes her look bad that you can't dress not like a slob when you go to work. So anyway, that's the
So
good thing about being married. You're in charge. You're the CEO. That doesn't mean you're the boss, but that means you have to carefully consider: am I going to allow this? Am I going to do this? Can she do that or not? Most of the time, I'm very lenient, but there are times when I just say, "No, I don't think so, hon.
I
I'm
understand.
not going to do that."
So Brandon, 1989, he said, "I wish I could move to the Midwest right now if it was for my parents I take care of."
Mm. I
That's
was just being
yeah,
joking.
still good. Yeah,
We
still
don't
good
know what time but
family.
with 5 people, that's good. We just want people to understand realistically
Yeah.
what it's like married to Filipina. There's 10,000 topics we could use
Yeah.
to talk about.
Yeah.
Red flags, some of them not so obvious. Some you might think is a red flag. You might think it's a good thing. I might say that's not for me.
Yeah. Okay. So our next topic, I only got one more after this one. So, and then Bob can cover some things if he wants to. Not interested in family, no kids or a family. So, yeah.
Well, I was going to burn the house down with that one, so I'll cross that off my list here.
Okay. 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 Yeah, you
But you
mentioned that.
started. You can finish.
Okay. So
Right.
this particular one, if they're if they're alluding to the fact that they don't want a family, and Bob's going to kind of mention this a little bit more too, but the fact is, like, if most Filipinos, if not all, want a family, it's built into their, I wouldn't say DNA, but built into their culture that no matter what, they really want to start a family. From the moment they're born, they're raised to want more children. They're going to have more children. They they kind of use these terminologies and these culture relations, that they kind of use their own children as their own personal investments. That's why they have children. And, and it's kind of expected that a woman in the Philippines needs to have a family. If they're not at least somewhat interested in having a child, and or many of them actually have children, but the fact is that, if they're not interested in having a child with you, and especially don't have children, then they may not be the right kind of one for you, and they might be a little bit selfish. I know a lot, especially here in America, a lot of women who don't tend to want children, they wound up being very selfish because they want your full attention. They only want your money. They only want your your I don't know, your finish it here. So
they want to rather have dogs or cats, and
yeah,
it's a lot
dogs,
easier
cats.
to
They only
deal
want
with.
they only want the full attention from you. They look at love as more of a conditional thing. Typically, they don't really care about what you really want in life, and they're not really fulfilling the role that they have as a woman, as a wife. Typically these kind of women don't even want to get married. They
Well, I think when the Bible says the wife is to be the helper of her husband,
Mhm.
back in Genesis, the number one primary or initial reason was to raise children.
Yeah.
However, that extends in anything else. Like, I wish my wife would help me with this channel. I've told her, hon, I can't force you to do it, but I really think you know, it's what you should do. If not, who's going to watch if you're not going to be in here? And that's just the way it is. And
It's difficult.
I can't force her to do something I think she should
No.
do. I can say I don't do it anymore because it's pointless, and I've accepted it. She just doesn't want to be in the channel. It bothers her. She's private. She's not confident or whatever. She always does a great job when she was, but that's what I have to do. I can't force her to do anything. I have to love her. I have to meet her needs, but I cannot say, look, I'm your boss. You do what I tell you. She's not my child. She's not my slave. She's not my coworker. She's my wife, and she's calling me. Let me answer this, please.
Go ahead and mute yourself, and I'll talk. And I'll kind of allude to it a little bit.
Okay.
Go ahead and mute yourself, and I'll kind of just move forward. All right. So basically, yeah, I agree with Bob. Like, so, and I'm going to address what Steven kind of mentions here, just kind of so we can kind of mention it. Steve Harper Talent Agency. Western women are not worth it at all. All good American men need and marry a Filipinas. I don't think I don't think every single American needs to marry a Filipina. That's just my personal guess. I think we attribute to marrying a Filipina because I don't think everyone has the opportunity to really want to do so. I've interviewed a lot of people. I've talked to several people about this situation, and a lot of people just don't have the mindset to go overseas to do that. And unless you're ready, and I wouldn't say it's like a desperation or anything, but unless you are truly willing to go that distance, willing to adjust your life, willing to take any effort into it, because you're not just meeting somebody, down the street or even across something, that you're going to have to work at this kind of relationship, because you're going to have cultural differences. You're going to have language barriers, culture differences. You're going to have tolerances, different quirks. You're going to have different culture shock issues. You're going to different taste buds. That's a big one, and you're not going to ever know what you're going to face in that. But you have to be mature enough whether or not you want to meet this woman overseas. I don't disagree with you. I think people should do that, but I think we need to evaluate ourselves in that situation. Anyway, Bob can come back on.
Stephen made a comment there while you were talking.
Yeah, financial means. He said financial means for sure to travel there. Many cannot afford to do that. Yeah, I know. I know. I had to pull out a small dog and a loan to just go over there. But so, I mean, but it's something that I really wanted to do. I found no matter what the cost, I would do it, and that's something I really wanted to do.
What's silog? Food? Filipino food?
It might be. I'll have to look it up. We'll have
I've
to
not
look at
heard of
what
it.
that
Maybe
is.
Steven can tell us what
Maybe I'll make it or something. So I think my
Silog.
son stole my phone, so otherwise I would look it up right now. But
Yeah, my wife just called me, and she knows I want her home on time.
I
But
understand.
something came up. She has somebody she needs to
Yeah.
console.
Okay.
And she didn't do it last night, so I told her, okay. Now that's me not pulling my own weight, because it's better to let her. Okay, hon. Okay, but look, don't overdo it.
Yeah. So this is our last topic that I have that me and Bob were kind of mentioning. Bob might have a few more after this.
Just a few.
Hopefully,
I'll burn the place down.
Hopefully not 20 more. But so
no, just some good ones.
Okay, good. All right, so
Ways.
the last one here is not interested in church. I want to allude to this just for a second. So if they're not interested in church, first off, you're going to the only Asian country that is really religious and takes God seriously. And whenever I went there, they wanted to make sure that I had some kind of moral or Christian background. That doesn't mean that you can't go there but I've watched several vlogs and several interviews and them meeting women over there, and they do traditional Christianity, if not Catholic, but the fact is, I mean, it's 80% Catholic. Bob will talk to you about that situation probably, but the fact, that, it's spread everywhere. There's Christian signs everywhere all over the Philippines. It's written inside their stores. It's written all the way around everywhere. You're going to see churches. Some of the biggest things that they pride themselves in the Philippines is how grand some of their Catholic churches is. One of the oldest Catholic church we went to is in is it Obslop? No, Bohol. It's in Bohol, and we toured around there, and I didn't really fancy it, but we toured around it, and the lady, this is actually the funny thing, and I think I actually caught her on camera and stuff too, and she actually says she's a Christian too, and she's like, I don't know if you actually wanted to be here, and I said, yeah, we're kind of Christian, we don't really care about this Catholic church, how old it is. And she's like, I have to be serious with you, I'm Christian too, and I don't really care for it either. So, but it was just kind of how it is. So, but you're going to a big country full of proponents for Christianity, and a lot of them go to church on a regular basis, if not go to mass on a regular basis. What do you have to say, Bob?
Well, I'm just saying, if you're a Christian, you're constrained to marry a Christian. That's what God tells you. You're a Christian, you marry a Christian. So if you are a Christian, you need to understand what that is and look to marry somebody that is a Christian. As a Christian husband, I'm not going to get anywhere, most likely. Although the Bible does allow that, let's say a man and woman are unsaved and the man becomes saved, now he's married an unbeliever. It says if the wife please to dwell with him, no problem. That's her choice. He doesn't have to cut her loose because he is saved. If she divorces him, in that case, because he's saved, the Bible says he is not bound. Which means he's free to remarry, even though there was no adultery. That's like another way. Now, for the marriage to end, if she cheats on him, or if she leaves him because she's showing herself to be an unbeliever because she won't be married to him as a believer. But if she's pleased to dwell with him, but you see, as a believer, she's going to get the best love she can get. Yeah. But she's also going to have a husband that says, look, we're going to be going to church, and we're going to have this world view. And if you don't have that similar world view, it's going to be really tough to work things out when life gets hard.
Yeah.
And you don't have to be Catholic. If you're Catholic, good. You should be able to find Catholic in the Philippines, because there's a lot of them. But
they're everywhere.
I wanted Protestant, which is another term for saying born again, which is another way of saying not Catholic. So if you see born again in the Philippines, that means not Catholic, just for your information. Yeah. And there's like Seventh-day Adventists and other denominations there. But wherever they come from, Africa or wherever, you want to be on the same page, having the same spiritual worldview. it will help carry your marriage if you have that in common and nothing else.
Yeah. Especially having a Christ-centered marriage. I mean, it's probably the one thing that's really helped me in my long distance relationship right now is centering our long distance relationship and knowing that Christ is in control of that. Without that, I don't know where I would be right now. And it's keeping me and my wife together. We write Bible verses together. I got to write more tonight. I'm kind of behind, but we
I
write
can't
Bible
wait.
verses.
I can't wait till she gets there, Paul. And
Yeah, I know.
it's a
And I mean,
brand new chapter in
to
your
do
life.
devotionals every night and to do that. And Stephen mentioned this. One thing I love about my Piney is she's not a woke at all. That's good. Yeah, that's good. She's not woke. Yeah. So, it's a great one. I think we all deserve to have somebody in our life that's really a true, genuine Christian who's truly faithful to God. They have those moral convictions and they know how to deal with it. They know where it's not them against it's not them against their attitude. It's God against their attitude. And so and it changes us.
I think most Filipino families know at least one gay person.
Yeah, I know. I've
There's a lot of that if you consider that a
faced some
woke.
trans
very
the
common.
lady boys there. I faced some
Very
issues.
common.
Yeah, very common there.
It's
And
unfortunate. It is
it
very
is
common.
unfortunate, and there's a lot of LGBTQ going on, especially around Manila, and a lot of people fighting back against it. And we might get demonetized for this, but I'm glad that they're fighting against it.
Now that you said that, but
I'm glad.
yeah, I don't know. I may
Yeah.
have to demonetize it. Hi, Paul T. Good to see you here. But I'm just saying that
Hi,
as
Paul
far
T.
as woke, there is some things you may have to bite your lip on
Yeah.
over there because your wife is probably going to say, "Let's not argue about that. There's nothing we can do about it."
Well,
We don't
where my
believe
wife
that,
is
but
in
our
Minden
family
now,
knows
they
people,
have
and that's that.
yeah. Paul T says hi, guys. It was good to see you, Paul T, and that's a great to be here. Yeah. So we are currently almost ending work with my topics.
Yeah, I won't spend
Currently,
much time here because there's a
yeah,
football game I want to watch.
it's fine.
Um,
We're
but
talking about that they're not interested. A red flag that Filipinos are not interested in going to church. So that's a good red flag. That's what we're facing.
another little one here is we were talking earlier about going to chats. You want someone that's not going to be showing up late all the time because that's
Oh yeah.
just disrespectful. You wouldn't go to a job interview, and really with these there's a lot of analogy you can make between dating someone online and job interviews. You wouldn't be late for job interviews, and you shouldn't be late for these chats with a man who has signed up on a website, if it's a pay website, and he's going to have to be paying for that and flying to meet you. You don't want to be late. You want to be on time. It's just being courteous and respectful. And if they're a no-show, that may just mean that they were not serious about telling you that they wanted to chat with you. Another thing I wrote down, red flag, doesn't let you see her family on camera. Now that's very puzzling.
Yeah.
Why? And a lot of these are not my experience. Some of them are, but a lot of them are because I've looked at a lot of websites or a lot of channels, and I have my own channels, and I've seen thousands of comments.
Yeah.
And so if they say, you know what, they don't want to let me see their family. I know they're there, but they won't introduce them to me. Well, that does seem a little strange because if she's giving you the indication she likes you and she's going to continue to talk to you, why not show the camera? Hey, this is Paul over here. This is Bob over here. We've been talking. This is the guy I've been talking to. Say hi to my brother or my sister or my mother or father or whoever, what family member is there. That is something you should really expect to see. If they're for some reason hiding you from her family, that to me is something to be concerned about. Another one here, guys aren't going to like, but I'll try to explain myself. We talked at length about I love you and why I don't think it's a good idea to be saying that, especially when you just met the guy, really, or you met the girl. But when they say you're attractive, now that can also be something that may mean nothing. You're guapo, you're pogy. They tend to say that because I think the men can remember the word and it makes them feel good. I just wouldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I think like they say, I love you is like they say, you are attractive. Because I think when you got a lot of men who are 60 some looking for women who are 20 or 30 some, they really don't think you're attractive. They think if they're 20, 25, that a 20, 25-year-old Filipino man is attractive, or a 20, 25-year-old American. They don't think you're attractive. And I wish they just find another way to express themselves, because look, what man doesn't want to hear some pretty woman say, I love you, or you're attractive, pogy, handsome? Look, if you were so wonderful, lovable, attractive, pogy, you wouldn't be in the Philippines talking to a woman. I know that hurts
Guapo.
some
You're
people's
so
feelings,
guapo.
but I'm just being realistic.
Yeah.
Understand the situation. She may be saying that just because she doesn't know what else to say. She
Mhm.
doesn't. It may not be a thing where it's a big concern, but you have to gauge. Is she saying that because she just doesn't know what else to say? She's nervous. She wants to keep your attention. She wants you to know she likes you. Um, but be realistic about that.
Exactly.
Try to take good care of yourself.
Especially early on in your relationship,
Yeah,
yeah.
come
Watch
on.
out for
Look,
that red flag, because they might be just trying to blind you.
how
You
come
know.
I wasn't attracted to women here in America, and all of a sudden, well, that's your white nose. It's your long nose, your white skin. Well, okay. I'm just a little,
Hmm.
that gets my guard up.
Yeah.
Oh, you're so attractive. And well, of course, what man doesn't want to hear that? Paul
Yeah.
says the red flags when they never seem to have time for you unless they're having some kind of yeah, we talked about that. If it's because they need money or something, well, that is a red flag, Paul.
Yeah.
Look, the
Yeah.
right
We
woman
mentioned about
isn't
that.
going to ask you for help. Why? She's going to ask her family for help, or she's going to work more. She's not going to ask some stranger, basically a stranger, because she's never met him. Family hasn't met him. Friends hasn't met him. And so he's basically a stranger still. She's not going to ask him for money, because to the right woman, that's inappropriate. She's just not going to do that. And if
Yeah.
all they're, and I had a guy say this, the only time I've talked to her was like 2 months ago when she needed something. 2 months go by, now she contacts me and she needs something. I think that's kind of like what Paul is talking about there.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
They're
come on,
asking for herself for
don't don't
others.
don't play along with that.
Yeah.
She's not serious. Another
Yeah.
thing here. Oh, okay. Nothing in common.
Hmm.
Um, Nothing in common. I don't think you should have everything in common. I don't think that's even realistic.
Yeah.
But because, well, my wife and I started with, I mean, we were Christians. We liked the same type of music.
Hmm.
We probably had some similar traits with the way we worked. Um, but we've had to learn to do things together, and
Yeah.
say, and where I might say, oh, I would never do that as a single person. Well, she wants to try that. Okay,
Yeah.
let's go. And
Good.
usually I say, hon, that was a great idea. This was a blast. Let's do it again. Or she goes to a game with me when she'd rather not go, or watches a game with me when she'd rather not watch.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
look, you should make those comcompromises
I want to.
together. So if you don't have anything in common,
Yeah.
if you have nothing in common, that's not good. If
I
you have
want
a
to
little
allude.
few things, build on it.
I want to allude to that a little bit.
Go ahead.
So being younger gentlemen, especially like, okay, like I know several guys that play video games, and this is a typical thing that Western women do. That these guys want a sense of escapism. These guys, they want to play their video games and stuff. They want a way to escape their work, day-to-day lives of being married and stuff. And you have these women come up to them and stuff and ask full attention from these men, because spending any time with them, because they're upset about their marriage, they're upset about their relationships, they're upset that they work a job that they hate, and then they have a woman to snag at them to get off of the game that they want to love. So the only thing that gives them pride and joy,
Is that
and
about
i've,
married or
I've
unmarried?
learned. Hold on, I've learned that the fact is sometimes that woman needs to pick up a controller and play with him. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes,
Okay.
yeah, sometimes, but this is just an analogy. Sometimes you have to be involved with what your partner's doing, even though you may not really enjoy it. you have to allude to the fact that you want to experience, you want to be involved in what they're doing.
Mhm.
So I just think that that's a good thing to do.
That's good advice.
Yeah.
You can't just say, "Oh, that's not for me." Well, how do you know? Did my wife probably want to go see Boz Scaggs in Omaha with me? I love Boz Scaggs' music. I've always wanted to go see him. So he came to Omaha and we went, and I think she had a good time.
Yeah.
But I also told her one time if she ever wanted to see that Morissette Amon, the Filipina singer, I'll spend whatever it takes to see her because that's my wife's all-time favorite. So
Yeah.
then Morissette this was COVID. She was going to be in Los Angeles, and I don't know if they ever made up the date. But I said, "Hon, let's fly to Los Angeles, go to the concert, and fly back because this is your all-time favorite singer. I want you to see it because you'll never forget." So we went. We didn't
And you win
go.
brownie points to do that with her.
She decided she didn't want to spend the money,
Oh,
but
okay.
I offered it.
But you win brownie points for doing it, for trying to.
Well, she know because she's like,
Yeah.
"Oh boy, hon, that's a lot of money. We got to fly there and fly back. That's what, $1,000
Yeah.
to see a concert and then go to the concert."
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll do that if you want to, because that's the one person you said I really want to see this person. Well, maybe in the Philippines, that's more likely, but we don't live in the Philippines. So she comes to the U.S. West Coast, we'll go see her. But she went to see Boz Scaggs with me, and she wanted to see Casting Crowns when she got here because that was a group she liked. And lo and behold, they showed up one day, and we went. She likes to see these theater plays. I thought, oh boy, that doesn't sound like fun, but it was. Hey, you just got somebody got $20. Thank you very much, Stephen, on behalf of Joanna and Paul or me. We'll see.
Do you have? Are you monetized, Bob?
I am.
Oh, I'm not. So
Okay. Well, if
probably to
that's
you.
Stephen,
Probably to you. So
if it is, Stephen, I appreciate that. We
Cool.
just want to help men. We want to be really frank about the tough stuff and the joys because that's what life is. It's a mixture of those things. Now we've got February. Look at this. This for you, old time rock and roll fans.
it's good. It's good.
We've got February 10th or something. My wife probably is working that day. We've got the Eagles in Omaha with Steely Dan. And if you know if I like Boz Scaggs, I'm gonna want to see the Eagles and Steely Dan. Steely Dan was playing at an outdoor theater here a couple years ago, and it was like $200 a ticket.
Oh wow!
And the Eagles themselves will command. I've seen the Eagles about maybe 15 years ago. They were great. Now, of course, the Glenn Fry is no longer with them, and so I'm thinking if the prices go down, my wife can get a day off. We go see the Eagles and Steely Dan. She's probably familiar with the Eagles because in the Philippines they play songs from the 70s. So I know she's familiar with them, and I know she would like the concert. The darn place would be probably 15,000 people. Are we going to do it? I don't know, but that's the sort of thing that's like, hon, this is a once in a lifetime for me. But if she does that for me, of course, I kind of owe her the same type of respect. And that's just something about marriage, Paul. Like you were saying before, it's give and it's take.
Yes.
If I want to do things for her and she can't find a way to watch this big football game with me, watch my Huskers play, that's not a good sign. In marriage, well, it's a problem. It's you call it a red flag. But those are things that you just have to work through and talk about. Don't be too emotional. Get the words out. Keep the profanity out. Don't raise your voice.
I agree.
And I know things can get heated. Thank you, Stephen. Do super chats only work when you're monetized? Paul seems to think so. Paul, the host here.
Yeah. So as far as I'm aware right now, so there's now tiers of monetization going on YouTube. And I'm not going to allude to it too much, but the fact is that so right now I have 1,000 subscribers. I need more. I have 1,000 subscribers and I only have 2,000 and like 2,500 watch hours. I need to well, hold on. Now with the updates, they do these tiers now. So now for 3,000 watch hours, you can finally unlock shopping, super chats, and something else. I wish I had my phone. I could show you. But the fact is shopping, super chats, and and memberships for 3,000 watch hours. And then on 4,000 hours, you can actually be fully monetized. You actually get paid for your ad revenue. So, but so I'm pushing that envelope. Watch my vlog videos. You want to help me? Watch some of my vlog videos. I'm gonna be sending you.
Check out Joanne and Paul's channel. Encourage
Yeah.
Paul to do 8-hour live streams like I've been suggesting.
8-hour live streams.
We get the 6 o'clock hour.
I don't know if I can do 8 hours.
9, 10, 11. My wife's not home till 12:30, so I
Yeah.
all night.
Yeah. But yeah, we are currently doing lives. I was planning on trying to take next week off. We were because I want to restructure my channel. I want to do more of this. And not just with Bob, but I also want to kind of allude to inviting guests. If Bob wants to join me with inviting guests, that's a possibility too. We might be doing that. I'm working with that with Bob, but I'm also alluding to doing one-on-one more topics like kind of Bob does. And I want to do that personally with you guys. And then I'm also going to be starting to do buy me a coffee for memberships and stuff. And then I'm also going to be alluding to helping people who want to pursue a Filipina. I want to put out some content regarding that. Particularly it'd be paid content. So basically you would unlock it, you would pay for that service. And then I would help you through that. It would be an actual I guess a consulting call, and basically allowing more people to have that benefit. Because the only reason why I want to charge for it is because I want to have people who are actually serious for it. It wouldn't be too expensive. For the whole package, including videos, I was talking to Bob about, for the whole package, like 5 videos, and that's for everything, including travel, documentation, advice, and a personal one-on-one phone call, video call with me, one-on-one, like consulting call, would be like $50. I wouldn't charge too much for it, but it would be like that. And then if you wanted to be a member, like a subscribed member to me or something where you're paying monthly, I might have just unlocked that for those individuals, where you can just have it for free, as long as you're, a paid member. So I would possibly do that. So that's something I'm looking to do on Buy Me a Coffee. I was looking at trying to do it on Patreon, but Patreon charges me a monthly subscription, so I don't really like that. So Buy Me a Coffee, Buy Me a Coffee actually makes it free, and then for every charge you guys make, they take 5%. Whereas Patreon charges me a monthly subscription, charges you guys the fees, and charges me the fees anywhere from 5 to 12%, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, it's a little too much. So, and then I have to consistently upload more content to Patreon, and it's not something I want to do. So,
well, one of these days, Paul's wife will be here.
Yeah.
My wife doesn't like to do these live streams, but I just want to say on my channel, I have a playlist called Just Us. So people that say, how come your wife is never here? What does she look like? Just go to the playlist, Just Us. There's probably 230 videos in there.
Yeah.
And all the way back to our wedding day. When I got married, and you can see me picking up my phone, calling my mother and saying, we did it. We're married. In fact, that's probably what it's called. But that's just kind of from the very first day we got married. Just places, vacations. You want to see that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But probably not going to be here because she's working, so that takes care of that.
I know when my wife gets here, I have another setup like this, and another tripod, and another mic arm, and another microphone from my wife, and then I also have a thing that can set up another mixer setup here for my wife to also help me too. And she's alluded to that she wants to help me and get on it with me when she does get here. But currently right now, where she works at and how she works, and then her internet status, I've tried talking to her and the possibility of doing this with her, and it's just not really feasible right now.
Yeah.
So
in the time zone too.
yeah, time zones and stuff like
PM
that.
here would be what,
Easy.
7 in the morning.
So right now it
So
is.
that's not too bad.
Right now it's 11 in the morning. So yeah, right now.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
If you're
So
living in the United States, the time zone difference is inverted, and it's really
yeah,
kind of, it helps you. I
yeah.
think.
Yeah. So, help, but I am looking to give more actual advice regarding going to the Philippines. So, yeah, subscribe to me, Joanna and Paul. That'd be awesome. So, I still have more vlogs I need to upload of my whole experience and trip. They're more raw vlogs. They're not like fancy vlogs that people, that people are trying to sell you into something. What I want to sell you into is I want to sell you guys our experience and the truth of what the Philippines really looks like. I want to tell you guys that not all beaches are fancy in the Philippines. They're not. They're not all beautiful, pristine beaches. There's tires and broke down trucks everywhere. There's traffic everywhere. It's not all like coconuts and pina coladas. I'm sorry, it's not
Have
that.
you ever been in like Paul? Have you ever been in like a tricycle where you're out there in the open and you get behind a vehicle and that exhaust just, and what can you do about it?
I actually have experience. So we were in Cagayan de Oria, and I was riding on a scooter. Okay, I rented one from a friend. Yeah, so I actually,
Congratulations on your
yeah, I
trip.
was renting a scooter, and then later on I rented a car for $82 for 4 days, which was pretty good.
What? How in
82
the world?
$82 for 4 days. I rented a car. So
Unbelievable.
yeah. So anyway,
That's a great price.
that's a great price for $82 for 4 days. So, and that's on there. That's also on there too. So you can watch that vlog too. 'Cause that's where we go all the way to Consuelo. We go all the way from Joanna's hometown all the way to Consuelo, and we go up this mountains. It's a lot of driving. I don't have the whole thing, but I do have the of us getting to Consuelo and us driving a little, renting the car and stuff. But yeah, I didn't film the whole trip that we actually did there to Consuelo, but I do have some short videos of us driving back. So, but what was I gonna say? Oh, raw vlogs. So that's just what I want to put out there for people to see what the Philippines really is. Because I want them to understand that this is what it really looks like. Um, Something about Manolo and Cagayan. What did I mention about Cagayan?
Beaches?
Huh?
You were talking about beaches for a while.
Yeah, but I was talking about
We were
Cagayan.
talking about like exhaust, and you're in that.
Oh yeah, exhaust. Okay.
Yeah.
So with Cagayan, the town stank. I don't know why. It just the moment you got there, it smelled like dirty socks all over the town. And I couldn't help it, but I had to roll up the windows when I was on a scooter. It just smelled bad. Yeah, they don't have the regulations. They don't have the emissions that we have.
You're not
There
talking about like burning garbage and stuff. Some of that I think smells good, actually.
No, this smelled like sewage.
Okay,
It smelled like sewage everywhere. And yeah, I'm just gonna say Cagayan de Oreo smells like sewage to me. So it was something I noticed driving into Cagayan, and we had to drive in there a few times, and the town stinks. I didn't smell it when I went to Cebu. I didn't smell it when I went down to Bohol. I didn't smell it when I go to Obslab. I didn't smell it. When I went to Joanna's town, but I smelled
it. Joanna?
Huh?
You probably told Joanna.
Yeah.
What did she say?
Yeah.
Was she offended?
No, I don't think she was offended. She wasn't offended. It was just
Cagayan. Know where it was from?
I think okay. So they have this drain system, like that drains into the sea. So I guess like a storage drain, and I think that's what's smelling it.
Okay.
So a lot of fecal matter going into that storage drain. So and that's the only thing I can assume that's what it was. I don't really know, but for some reason it just smelled really bad. And yeah, there's a lot of smog because a lot of zero is like, sorry, not zero emissions, a lot of 100% emissions. So, and it's yeah, these cars, they don't they don't take care of their car sometimes, and you get right behind a big truck and it's blowing smoke.
Yeah, and you get stuck in traffic and you're right there in the open.
It blowing smoke.
Well,
So
maybe you have to wear a mask if that even helps. A lot of people there do wear masks, and it's
mhm,
probably
yeah,
because of that.
yeah.
But Paul, one of the people earlier said, well, he can't do an LDR. He has to go to the Philippines. I recommend for the same things you're talking about now that you go to her, you go to the Philippines for sure, and you try to find out where she lives, where she went to school,
Yeah,
meet with her friends, because you want to get the impression of what that woman had to put up with that you probably wouldn't want to as a man, because
yeah,
we're so used to comfort and ease and so on. Well, Filipinas are tough,
yeah. My
and they
wife is
think we make excuses and complain because they
yeah.
don't complain about that. They just deal with it. Something wrong, they fix it.
My
Something goes
wife goes
bad,
all
they
the
find a
way.
way to get around it.
My wife goes all the way. Okay, and I wish I could show a map on this. I haven't figured out how to do all that right now. But the fact is, I wish I could show more of it. But my wife, without driving, she travels a long distance. Just on public transportation and just on family transportation and on motorcycles, and it's probably brutal on her body.
Can
You
be.
know, and she has to take her niece all the way into town. And her and her family, they have to do that. And she's an hour out of town on a really bumpy gravel road. Their gravel roads are not
They're
like our gravel.
terrible.
They're
Oh,
terrible.
they
You need to
jangle your neck up and your back up and
Yeah,
everything.
you need a Jeep Wrangler for their bumpy roads. I'm just being honest. That's how bad their gravel roads are. They have dips in it. They need to be graded, and they're really bad. They're washed out. It's insane. They have to go around the dips. You can't go through them because you would get stuck. It's brutal, and it takes longer for them to go into town. But where she works at, that's how bad it is. So, and then she does that. She goes into the town. They have a house in town, but she works outside in this farm. And then from there, every Sunday, they also have to trek another hour to go to church. It takes them all day to go to church, all day to go to church and home, and to where they have to stay the night at home, and then in the morning they have to trek all the way back and go to the farm.
Yeah,
It,
they're
it
strong women.
yeah, yeah,
Easy.
it's not easy, you know. I think my 30-minute commute to church is like gonna kill me, but
Somebody give me a reward or something.
yeah. So, she's a tough lady. I've never put it online, but I have video calls of just me and her just talking and stuff. And she's like, I'm like, you're heading to church? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, okay.
Well, maybe you'll have to find ways when you're together to, relax her, but you'll see. Um, I mentioned, well, I wanted to see where my wife was from, which was Tagum. And we did go there, but I said, where did you live? Let's stop the car. I want to get out and see where you grew up. And we tried, but the place had looked so different
Mm,
that she even was having trouble remembering where it was because
really?
she was younger. But I wanted to see it. I wanted to get my feet on the ground where this precious woman was born.
Mm,
I wanted to learn as much as I could about her environment because I thought it helps me to know that person. And when she's here in America, I say, "Hun, here's where I went to elementary school." We pass by it all the time. It's not an elementary school anymore. It's a Cotton. It's an old folks home.
mm,
I shouldn't say old because you can be there at 55. Retirement home.
mm.
And here's where I went to high school. Here's where I went to junior high. Here's our house because we lived across the street. And I show her these places. Here's where I worked because I want her to just get a feel for and not as exciting as her, of course, but
Yeah.
her life. Another thing here, slow playing your visit. If you say,
Oh,
hon, I really like you. I'd really love to meet you and only you. I've got some time to come over in 2 months. How about that? And it's like, oh, no, that won't work. Well, how about 3 months? I don't think so. How about 4 months? And something always comes up to keep you from spending your money to go over there and visit her.
Yeah.
To me, that would be a red flag. I would
Yeah.
wonder why she
Yeah.
doesn't want you, your
But I
honest
think it's
money, to come
also
over and see her.
I think that's also even on the other hand too. The shoe on the other hand too is Americans or foreigners, I guess per se, also slow playing their visit too. So,
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, I think that particular one works both ways.
Oh,
You know.
absolutely. That's a red flag. Filipinas have red flags too. What they can see
Yeah,
in that guy.
I know. I want to talk about American red flags.
Oh yeah, well, I'll throw one
Foreigner
out
red flags. We need to talk
right
about them
now while we're going, and that's if it takes
for
2 years
because
and you haven't
there-
seen her yet, she
yeah,
needs
there's
to just
there's
move
many
on.
there's many proponents online about how to watch out for Filipinos, but not too much about how to watch out for Americans. So, yeah, so
Yeah, there are signs that they should look at and say, is this guy really interested in me? Then he'll get up here and meet me
yeah,
in a
yeah,
reasonable amount of time. Obviously, he needs to be sure that he's not wasting his time. But if
yeah,
they really got something going and then
yeah.
he's slow playing,
It took
maybe
me about
he's
a year.
thinking he's got other women he's talking to, and he probably
Yeah,
is.
yeah. It took me about a year to finally save up enough to go, and but I made that promise, and one thing that really pushed me back about saving more was the fact is the war in Ukraine, the war in Russia and Ukraine really pushed me back a lot. What would it cost me $2,500 for me and my son to go suddenly cost me near $6,000. It was bad. So I pushed it back. I was supposed to go in July. Me and my son were supposed to go in July of 2020. Sorry, 2022. So I was almost forgot. So we were supposed to go back in July of 2022, and I wanted to go during that time because it was during while my son was off school. So I was going to take that month off. We were going to make it back, and then I even had a schedule for work and everything. And then that war in Ukraine happened, and it was every single time I was saving money, the tickets kept going up, up and up and up, and I was just like, I can't do this. And I wound up telling my wife, and I think she want my girlfriend at the time. I wound up telling her, I was like, I don't know if I can come right now.
That's
I'm gonna have
three
to push
years'
this back.
wages. Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. I wound up telling her, I'm gonna have to push this back, and she wound up, she wound up getting a little upset, but we worked through it, and I told her, hey, let's, yeah. Hey, Rodney, good to see
Rodney,
you. Yeah,
Rodney, where have
that's
you been?
my boss. So anyway, what's one of my bosses? Hey Rodney, how are you doing? Anyway, so yeah, so I had to push that back, and actually I even had to ask Rodney if I can push it back because I had a scheduled time off. And I did a leave of absence through work, and I wound up leaving and going in October instead. And it saved me quite a bit of money going in October.
Mhm.
Basically, when I scheduled it for October, instead of it being 6,000, it wound up being only 3,200. It was like 3,204.
That's much more realistic for what
Yeah,
we've been paying. Usually it's 3,000 to 3,200 for the two of us. And then we still
yeah,
got to make an extra flight to Val. So that's another
additional.
300, $400.
What's your-
But we don't go all the time. So we may go in 25. We haven't been there since
Thank you,
2020.
Rodney. Yeah, 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 yeah. I think we're all going through a lot of things, but hey, man, hey, thank you for the support. We're actually about to head off of here, but yeah, but
I've
we're
got a
gonna.
few more things.
Okay, yeah,
I'll just
okay,
throw in there while we've got Spy Feeble here and Rodney's
okay.
going this. Um, I'm not a big fan of tattoos. To me,
Hmm.
if I saw a Filipina and she had tattoos, my thought is she's mimicking, copying, respecting Western values for women. The TikTok, YouTube scene, she's got tattoos. I don't like them.
Mm,
When I go to the gym and I see a woman there that's attractive, is a nice body, and she doesn't have any tattoos, she stands out 5 times as much as the same woman with tattoos because you see that smooth, soft, beautiful skin
yeah,
that doesn't have tattoos all over it, as if I'm thinking to myself, does any man really want to see tattoos on a woman? I certainly don't.
A lot of,
It wouldn't be a deal breaker if
you
I
know,
loved her, but my goodness, what
yeah,
does it mean that does it
yeah,
mean that she's being influenced by Western culture? The same thing, men go away from Western culture to the Philippines to get away from that and to
yeah,
see the tattoos and the drinking and any masculine type activity.
yeah,
That's just something that,
yeah.
gets my guard up there.
I don't have tattoos, and I grew up. I mean, I grew up probably in the same generation Ronnie did and everything. But I know tattoos is becoming more prevalent, and a lot more people are doing it. I personally don't like tattoos. I know my wife doesn't have tattoos. I don't have any. In my past, when I was younger, I considered getting it before I became a Christian, but it's not something I'm really a big proponent of. I do think that there's a push lately about people considering tattoos being sexy now. I maybe disagree with it, and I know, especially in the Philippines, you and I both know, Bob, it's not really desirable for people in the Philippines because because of their background, their culture.
Yeah,
So
I would like to
yeah,
see that.
and a lot of them disregard tattoos still. I know we're kind of coming full circle these days with allowing more people with more tattoos being in the job force now, more visible tattoos anyway, and that's in the West, but I think that's still kind of, I wouldn't say taboo, but still kind of disrespectful, I guess, in the Philippines still. So
Now,
yeah,
full disclosure here, my wife has asked me a couple times, can I please have a tattoo?
there you go.
And I tell her no. Well, what if I put your name on it? I said, I don't.
Hmm.
I don't look. I have to be consistent. I don't like tattoos. To me, it's like the gambling thing that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
But gambling to me was on my list of red flags because if you do it once, you get hooked on it. I
Hmm.
see women on Instagram that are completely covered with tattoos.
Wow.
It doesn't mean they're unsexy. They are sexy, but it's just a ridiculous idea.
Yeah.
Now you've got people, once they've tattooed 85% of their body, what do? They tattoo the inside of their mouth, they tattoo the inside of their vagina, they tattoo places you can't even see. It's like, when is it going? And people are like that with gambling too.
Yeah,
They
they're
can't
addicted to it.
stop. Yeah, you get addicted
They're
to it.
they're
I don't want my wife addicted. I said, hun, when I die, you can have tattoos if you
they're
want.
addicted to it, and they pay
I
a lot of
just
money
don't
for it.
like that idea. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm
Yeah.
very lenient to you. I'm very helpful to you. I love you. I
Mm.
don't want you to have a tattoo. I'm sorry. Please respect that decision. I don't want you to do that. And I
Yeah.
almost feel a little bad about it.
Mm.
But I don't want her to get carried away. I don't want her, because I said, honey, you're looking like you're adopting Western values.
Yeah.
You have nice skin, no tattoos. It's so attractive to see a woman without tattoos because it also makes me think she's got some good common sense up there and
Yeah.
she's not influenced by the world, TikTok, for example.
Yeah.
And so tattoos made my list, and everybody, of course, is free to disagree. And I'm sure a lot of the men have tattoos. Would you like your woman to have tattoos? That's up to you, of course. That you marry somebody, you're responsible for your decisions. That's the way it should be. I'm just sharing you a little bit about why I might make the decisions I make.
Hmm.
Everybody's free to make their own. I don't make your decisions for you. I don't make other couples' decisions for them, but I'm responsible for my wife and what I allow. For example, let's say, and she likes to go to Branson, Missouri. We've been there twice this year. We've been about 4 or 5 times. And if somebody said, "Oh, Isaac, you ought to go to Las Vegas," man, that's the place to go. I'd probably say, "No, hon, we're not going to Las Vegas.
Mm.
We've gone all these places you want to see that maybe I didn't care about, but I did it to be a good husband, and I always enjoyed it. Las Vegas, I don't want her exposed to that. I just don't. I just don't. You got
Yeah.
prostitution there. I don't want her around Las Vegas. I don't want her thinking that's a big time thing. I just don't want her That's just not something I want in our household. Another thing, bad language. Now Filipinos, when they come to your country, they may have nice language. They're going to learn words they've never heard before,
I
and they're
know.
going to hear them every single day, especially if they're working. And
I
it's going to
remember,
rub off on them.
yeah, I remember talking to my wife about that too, because I said, I grew up around this. My parents cussed all the time, and I'm trying to, especially in my home, my home value is that I try to teach my son not to cuss, that I don't cuss, now that I'm a Christian, I don't cuss. I don't try to. I mean, occasionally it might slip out because that's something I grew up with, but the fact
Me
is
too.
that I'm fighting against, but the fact is that you know, I have to model that with my family. And I know there's a culture in the home and a culture out of the home. So what I do in the home, I can only hope that it reciprocates outside of the home. But with my wife, I've told her, yeah, you're going to face a lot of that when you come here. That there's just a lot of disrespect. There's a lot of people that will open up their mouth and cuss. They don't care. They think that freedom of speech means freedom to cuss and
Mhm.
freedom to disrespect. No, freedom of speech does not mean that. Freedom of speech means you have the option to speak up against certain things, especially tyranny. So, but that doesn't give you freedom to disrespect. I had a gentleman at Walmart literally told me that, and I said, "Hey, watch it." And I had my son with him, and he disrespected. He was like, "Freedom of speech, man." And I was just like, "You don't know what freedom of speech is." So, but keep going. Go
A
ahead.
lot of companies now with HR and their policies, if you don't like somebody's speech and you tell them and they tell you they don't care, well, you can go to HR and they can get in trouble for that. If you find that offensive, if if you dare doing that, but you can a lot of places now. One of the main reasons I chose to go overseas was to get away from masculine women with that masculine energy, swearing, loud tattoos, uncouth behavior. That's what I'm
Yeah,
talking about. Is this bad
I
language
agree.
seems unbecoming of a Filipino. That's what we're trying to get away from.
Yeah,
And so if she's got that language going on and she's in the Philippines, to me, to Bob, that's a red flag. When she comes to your country, she's going to be exposed to that left and right. And hopefully, you just gently say, I don't want to talk like that. I don't want to use that language. If you had children, you wouldn't use that language. Let's try to find better ways to say things. And I'm preaching to myself because I like to get emotions out now. I don't know how to bottle up anything. It has to come out so I can stay sane now. I want to deal with things now. So I get it out, and that way I get it out. I let off that steam. But that doesn't mean I always say the right things. And that's just something I got to keep learning. But I don't want a wife that I have to that talks as a potty mouth, for example. Did you freeze up there, Paul? I think Paul froze up because now his image is not on the screen. So the last thing I'm going to mention here, the very last thing, and I appreciate 5 people being here. I don't think anybody has stayed for the full 3 hours and 44 minutes. The last thing on my list, and there's always more, of subtle and non so subtle red flags when dating a Filipina. Talking about dating, not after you're married. And the last one I find here that I wrote down was, if I can find it, materialistic. And I've made videos about this on my channel. Yes, a Filipina could be materialistic. Paul, I think, might have had, I don't know, maybe something lost power, but materialistic Filipina. Have any of you guys met a Filipina that you thought was materialistic? Well, what would give me that impression? I would say one thing would be when you're observing, let's say, her photos. You can stare at those photos and look at that nice purse she has. Where did she get that? Looks like a name brand purse. Her shoes, her clothes, her style. And normally a Filipina won't have that. And if she does, maybe that's indication it's not just a nice picture, but if you see a lot of that, wherever she goes, maybe she is materialistic. And I would be a little uncomfortable about that, because wait till she gets to the West and the options she has to gain more material things. A Filipina that gambles might be materialistic. That's why she's gambling. If she insists on looking high maintenance, then she might be materialistic. Remember, just because there's a lot of poverty in the Philippines does not mean that they gladly, willingly accept that. They may not want that, and some of them go overboard and they want to be materialistic. They see women on other channels in the West. We're talking about materialism here, Paul. They see women on other people's channels and they say, man, I want that. Now, like I said, I let my wife buy, like, I don't know, $2,000 purse or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I didn't lose any sleep over it. I just said, okay, it was the bonus money. It's not hurting our bottom line. If you really want it that bad, hon, go ahead. I'm the one that said no tattoo and no scratch tickets, but you want to buy the purse, that's okay with me. I don't want the other things. And so you can find a materialistic Filipina. And to me, that was my last red flag. Mm-hmm. Materialistic Filipina. Rodney says, sadly, I did choose brilliant Philippines, but I see that there are still many ladies who are still respectful and feminine energy.
Yes.
Now, speaking about masculine, Paul is back with us.
Yeah, sorry, my internet cut out.
I see women in the Philippines lifting weights, and my wife just joined the gym.
Thank you.
I didn't force her to. She just wanted to. We have a gym nearby. And since she's going, I want to show her all the different ways to use things. But look, a woman, unless she's using testosterone, does not have the testosterone in her body to bulk up. She can get firm, she can get toned. It'll help her bone structure as she gets older. But I've seen women in the gym that look like they're on something, or they act like they're on something. They want to look like a man. I don't like that either, Rodney, but I'd like my wife to go to the gym and find some cardio she likes, find some things to do in the weight room. It was her idea, and I've done that most of my life. So look, I want to help her do it the right way. Use right form, use right technique. Don't learn from anybody. Get somebody there to show you that's paid to do that. But she's not doing that to be westernized or to be masculine. I don't know why she wants to do that. I guess because they built this great Planet Fitness next door, and I go there. I've got to go there. That's my habit. I may not be feeling good, but I would feel worse if I didn't go.
Yeah.
Keep healthy. Okay, yes, Paul, it's good for her health too. And when you're putting in some work in the gym, you are most likely to watch your eating habits, because you don't want to go in the gym, work hard, and then spoil it with your eating. Now, I know someone like me that has eaten badly a lot of my life. It takes time.
Yeah.
It took me until I was about 45 or 50 when I really said, you know what? I got to cut this sugar out. But it didn't happen, when I was in my 20s or 30s or 40s. I had to get a little bit older and say, look, I'm getting older. I want to do something about it. I read and study what this food does to you, or what sugar does to you. And I'm the son of an alcoholic, and a health person told me that if your parent was an alcoholic, you're a sugar addict. And that's why I was a sugar addict. I took bread to bed, put it under my pillow. When I was a kid, I would take raw spaghetti, and I didn't know why. I just wanted to always have that to eat. It's just natural. Some people eat, they suck on like nails and bolts and stuff like that. Well, that's because they have a deficiency, some kind of mineral deficiency.
Yeah.
And that's why they do that. I was doing it because, well, I was always addicted to sugar. My dad was an alcoholic. And so now I realize once I can treat sugar as poison, I'm more likely to say, I'm not going to eat that or drink that.
I need help with that. But I'm not addicted to sugar, but I do like sugary products, and that's just our culture here in the West.
In the Philippines too.
Well, yes, but less. What I notice is they do have less. And I know they are starting to face some obesities.
Yes.
But
And you probably
one
be.
thing I notice is that they don't have big clothing for big men over there for sure. So that
Yeah,
was.
we struggled to get my barong before we got married.
Oh, you got a barong.
Yes.
I was trying to get one too. And I couldn't find one that would fit. So
Really?
yeah.
I'm 6'2",
And if you
215.
watch my wedding video on my vlog, that tux does not fit me, and that was like a big tux too. Their version of extra large is not my version of extra large.
Right.
Yeah, so
Your wife may have to buy clothes in the children's section here because
yeah,
our
the petite
sizes
section.
are not the same as the Philippines.
Yeah, petite sections. Yeah,
But yeah, my point there was I don't want my wife thinking I want to go and look masculine.
yeah,
She'll joke around, I want a bigger butt or something because all these women are trying to. I said, I don't want you to have a bigger butt, hon. I like it the way it is. You can tone it up, but women can spend a whole workout on their rear end, and they're trying to make it bigger. I don't want you to have a bigger butt. Why would anybody want to have a bigger butt? Just because some men like that doesn't mean that's what every man likes.
yeah.
I just want her to go, and if she wants to go there, and just do it for the right reasons.
Yeah.
I don't want her eating a lot of white rice. Now she doesn't really drink pop anymore, and if she does, it can last a week.
Yeah.
I could guzzle down 6 pops right in a row. She might make it last all week, and she hasn't even been eating white rice. I got to cook some rice for her tonight.
You remember?
She really hasn't been eating it much.
You remember, I guess, Corey from It's Me and stuff.
Yep.
You remember his YouTube channel. You remember that he gave his wife, I guess, her second breast implants. So, like that. Now, I'm not against the fact that he wanted to do that with his wife. That's the way they want to look. But my wife asked me, and she's like, do you want me to have implants? And I said, Joanna, I want you to be okay with who you are.
Yeah.
If you don't want implants, I'm not going to force you to do that. She's like, well, do you like them? I was just like, no, not really. I'm okay with what you want from your body. If you want them, that's something that we could work through. But if that's not something that you want, you don't want to change your body, don't do it for my benefit. Do it for your benefit. What would make me happy is the fact is that you are being who you want to be. So that's what I want.
I think a lot of that pressure comes from her husband. Even at work, I've known women that did that.
Yeah,
I think it's probably because their husbands.
I'm not looking to pressure her. I'm okay with that. For me, I like a woman I can pick up and throw. So I like little women, and I like the fact that I can pick her up and do what honestly do what I want with her. So with extra cleavage and extra, it's not my biggest thing. It's not my big forte. So
I've never been that big to me either.
Yeah,
I have my favorites like we all do. That's why I married a Filipino.
Yeah. I wanted a little girl. Sorry, not a little girl. I wanted a little woman. Sorry, let me repeat myself. I wanted a little woman so I can have my way with her. so yeah. And
I always wanted a short woman.
Yeah, I do too.
Like small
I'm a
feet.
short guy. How tall are you?
When my wife said she had size 5 feet, I said, "Will you marry me?"
How?
I like small feet.
How tall are you?
Small woman. I'm 6'2", 215.
You are tall. Okay, I'm 5'4". So
see, you're big enough for a Filipina.
I know. My wife is 5'2", I think. So I'm glad, but this is in my culture. Okay, well, I guess in every culture, I would even say I could actually argue in the Philippines too a little bit is tall is desirable regardless, and the taller you are, the more desirable you are. I had an experience when I was younger. This is something maybe I shouldn't allude to everyone, but the fact is, when I was younger, I got my first apartment. There was these two Western women, and I noticed the passenger in this Pontiac Grand Prix was checking me out, and I decided to back up my car into a parking spot and walk toward them. And then by that chance, they stopped their car. But as I was walking to them, I got halfway between my car and their car. The driver, the female driver, pointed her head out and she said, "Sorry, she thought you were taller," and drives off.
Hmm.
So,
Well, my height didn't help me here in America. I don't think.
no, it doesn't help me here at all in America. I didn't get a whole lot of help with that, regardless either.
I wanted
Okay.
someone around
Oh, me and
5.
Rodney are the same height. That's good. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You and I. Oh, you and I, Paul. I'm sorry. I thought he was saying you and I.
Mm,
I didn't read all of it.
it's all good.
I did want someone, honestly, about 5'2" or less, and I'm not the only guy that wants that.
Women here are very masculine. So, and there's different versions of masculinity. I wouldn't say you have to take steroids to be masculine here as a woman,
You
but
can act masculine.
I know, yeah, you can act masculine, and I think it's mostly because they want to compete. There's a big competition of women versus men here. And they have this thought frame: if they don't compete, then they feel like they're not worth anything. It I think Paul really attributes this in the Bible, where women should be the weaker vessel. I think
They
for
are.
yeah, I know, for good reasons. And Paul talks about it in Timothy, the reasons why, but the fact remains is that they are that weaker vessel, and we need them to be that weaker vessel for us. How do I put this without being too mean? So I I have several bosses at works, female bosses, and oftentimes what they will do is they will compete against men, and sometimes they overdo it. Women in HR, women who are production managers, and other issues. And when they go into a position of authority, I'm not saying they shouldn't be in a position of authority, but I'm saying most time when they're in a position of authority, they tend to domineer over men. And they kind of take things too far. Not all of them, but a lot of them will try to push things on men because they're kind of trying to seek that control over them. And oftentimes they want to get fired because they want to be too controlling over men in the workforce. And it's a big problem. We see a lot of female pastors and other things that I disagree with. I think Paul speaks up against, and I think there's reasons why they led their churches astray for domineering against them and doing that. And Paul speaks up against that situation. And I think, and and I'm not trying to say women should know their place. Honestly, women should identify their place, especially in the role of the house. You know, in the household. Now, when they're put in a position of authority, I think they still need to have a humble approach toward it because there's different kinds of leadership roles. And I think women need to identify what their leadership role is. That doesn't mean that women can't be dominant. We need strong women in our life. Women that can stand up against certain things. But they need to not be over dominant towards certain
Right.
things.
They have to do their job. My wife is a
Yeah,
supervisor. I
yeah,
don't want her taking
yeah,
guff from anybody.
yeah,
She needs to understand she is the law now to
yeah,
some degree, not as a lead, but as a
yeah,
supervisor.
yeah,
Yeah, she
yeah.
needs to be assertive, and you got to get comfortable with that because the women that I've known in management, um, well, they're probably have a harder edge to them than the men in management.
Yeah, they can
They're aggressive, and there's nothing wrong with that. I
aggressive.
want my wife to
Yeah.
learn. I say you learn from everybody. And we
Mhm,
talk about, okay, remember this person from work? They're really tough. I could tell you some stories I heard about them. But
mhm.
here's what I want you to take away from that. Here's what I want you to not take away from that. They're strong, they're assertive, they're demanding. When you want something done, you tell them what you want done and when you want it done. You don't just say do this. You tell them when you expect it to be done, and you
Yeah.
expect it to be done then. If you're not exact and you're not strong like that, they won't respect you. You cannot be wishy-washy and be a supervisor or a manager.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you're trying to show up a man or anything. No, you're a leader now. You got to
Yeah.
act like it.
Yeah. You should always be acting
But
like
I'm
a
the
leader.
leader in the home. I let her know that for sure.
Yeah.
Here at home, I am the boss. I am
Yeah.
the head.
And
Not the boss. I am the head. I am fully responsible.
I know, but a lot of times what they'll do, this is kind of the thing, is they'll take that leadership role in the workforce and take it home with them. That's a problem. That's a problem. Yeah, and
It goes both ways. Men can do that too.
True. Yeah,
and that's wrong. They got to stop
Yeah.
that.
Men can do
Your
that
wife
too.
is not your child, your employee, or your slave.
No.
She's your one and only wife, and you treat her with respect.
Yeah. We should always treat each other with the dignity and respect,
Yes.
and humility. So yeah,
The Bible says.
Yeah.
It even says in lowliness, humility, in lowliness of mind, let each esteem others better than themselves. So my wife, you're better than I am. I'm going to be humble, meet your needs. You come first. But I'm the boss. All I have to do is I have to die for you, give up my life for you. I tell her, all you have to do is be my helper and respect me. Okay, love me, yes, respect in the Bible too. Respect me, be my helper, but you're not to die for me. That's my job. Give up my life for you. Yes, there are people in the church that make themselves martyrs, like most of the apostles. But a wife's job is to be a help suitable for her husband. Just like the church is a helper of Christ, and Christ did everything he had to do to meet the needs of his bride to the point of enduring hell for her sin. I can't do that for my wife. Anything else I'm supposed to do for my wife. That's what I feel led to do.
Yeah, I agree.
I take my marriage very seriously. And when I'm gone, I want my wife to be better, so much better than when I met her.
Yeah.
In any way, she's more talented than I am. She's smarter than I am. She's more resourceful than I am. But I'm her leader. And I got to make sure she knows I have her back at all times. And if anybody harms a thread of hair on her head, they will pay for it. She knows what I would do. And, you better believe I'm going to protect her. That's my woman. I love her. I don't want anybody harming her. That's why I want to make sure she's safe. I know where she is. She's got this app. I did a video likening
Life 360, right?
Life 360.
Yeah, I have it too.
Okay, good. We don't have the paid version, but I like the free version.
I had the 3 version too, and it works in the Philippines.
Does it really? That's amazing.
Yeah.
Because like if I'm waiting for my wife to come home, I can just see how far away she is. If she gets out and she's walking, I can see that she's walking. Her phone is with her and she's walking now.
It works in the
where she is.
Yeah, it works in the Philippines, and my wife knows where I'm at. She can see when my mom comes home. She can see when I come home, when my son comes home, and it works in the Philippines, and I can see her too. She has it set up for the farm, for the house, and for church. So every single time she goes to those 3 places, I get notifications that she goes to those places too. I can also tell, since she doesn't have a whole lot of service, I can actually watch her still go all the way to church. So yeah, I can watch
it's really cool. Now, if I paid for it, I think there's a thing you can get if there's an emergency. You push a button. I just want to make sure that I know where she is in case she's stranded or she's in trouble. I can get out there.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, and they also give you more places, like where you're located, like the boundaries more, like that. So you're kind of like set up where you can only put like 3 places for yourself, for your family. So yeah, but my wife has her 3 places and I have my 3 places. So
it was my wife's idea. It wasn't me because I don't trust her.
It works.
My wife, I just said, honey, if you're going to give this, I want it to work.
Well,
keep it on,
my wife, when I finally came back, she wanted to do something about Google Maps, and like she wanted us to share an email together and stuff like that. And she just wanted to figure, she wanted us to share something so she can identify where I'm at. And I said, let's figure that out. And then I came up with the idea, well, how about Life 360? And I checked it out, and I said, why don't we download it and see if it works in the Philippines? And it does. It works. It works perfectly.
It's a nice app. I like it just because I feel like, okay,
it's called Life
you
360.
went over to this person's house because I know the address, and I can say, hon, when you coming home?
Yeah.
And
I know
when
when
it's unusual, I'll be concerned about it.
Yeah, I know when my mom, okay, now we don't have the emergency part, but when my mom had her car accident, I was able to, and she was trying to tell me where she was at. And since I have her on Life 360, I was able to identify like what kind of parking lot she was kind of at. So I was kind of able to zoom in on it.
Oh, really? You have a video aspect to that?
A video aspect of looking at it?
Zoom in? Or are you talking about zooming in on the map?
Yeah, just zooming in on the map. I could just pinch and zoom in on it where she's at. So, yeah. So I can figure out what street she's on and where she's at. So, yeah.
Doesn't yours say like 2045 H Street or something like that?
Yeah, as long as you zoom in on it, you can see, whatever streets they are. So, yeah. You can see, and it kind of tells you what other buildings around sometimes too.
Oh, yeah. I'm directionally challenged to the core, so I like that Life 360. So I know you're not a fan of. You're thinking about maybe not doing a live stream next week. Well, we got 7 hours and a half in here, almost 8 hours by the time we sign off here. So that you've done your work. You can take next Friday off.
I just want to prioritize it. I'm thinking about doing it. I want to recap with you about this one. So possibly what we're gonna look at. It's just I want to take it off because I want to like envision what I'm doing right here.
It's almost like we could do one from 6 to 7 and one from 8 to 9 or 8:30 to 10:30 because
it works.
In the middle, people go away and then
then they come back. I know, and I think my wife's probably watching. My wife and her family are probably watching too. So it's good. It's good. It's working. So as long as we're getting somewhere with this.
So
I gotta figure out why I keep getting cut out though, because I have fiber optic internet. I have AT&T fiber, and I don't understand why it's cutting me out.
Is it the cold weather? Because our part of the country, we're going to be minus.
I don't know. I'm gonna call AT&T and ask them like why am I getting why is my computer cutting out? So this is like the second time we've kind of had this issue kind of on live, and for some reason like it just dropped signal. So I don't know what's going on. So I gotta figure out.
Appreciate the 5 people here now. I appreciate the people that preceded them and anybody that would watch this later. We just hope you learn from it.
Yeah,
just 2 guys married.
I'm gonna try to put timestamps.
Real things.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to help Bob too. I might try to help him, but I'm gonna try to put timestamps in mine so we can kind of categorize this out. I got to look at it. So hopefully I can put timestamps in it or re-download it on there or something.
Figure out using Wi-Fi, right, Paul? You're using Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I'm using Wi-Fi. Yeah. So yeah, my router is like I'm upstairs and I have to use Wi-Fi because I can't plug it in anywhere.
Oh, okay.
I would have to drill a hole in my floor and like drop a Cat 5 or something.
I think ours is right by the desk here.
Yeah.
Rodney, good to hear you again. I hope you're still able to find somebody in the Philippines. I know that's what you wouldn't be here tonight if you weren't interested in that.
That's good that you hardwired it. My house is built in 1910, so I have an old house. So yeah, I got a good deal on this house though. So it was.
You're going to pay it off soon?
No, I won't be able to pay it off soon. But my payments are only $633, I think, a month. So. I only paid $93,000 for this house. That's really good. So
well, housing is nice to get that paid off. We got about 23 years to go.
Chatted.
Tall Tech, thank you for your participation and watching.
Yeah.
Any time if we do this in the future. Ask a question.
Well, I want to ask our audience this. I want to ask our audience this. So I'm looking at the possibility of doing one or two things, and this is kind of why I want to take a break off of live for a minute. So I'm looking to either me and Bob doing this full time, like talking back and forth about this full time. Bob, are you at liberty to show him your book? Do you want to show him that
I'll
or no?
show you real quick because it's
Okay. Me and Bob had a pretty decent talk yesterday over video call, and Bob has this pretty extensive book that he talks about. I didn't get to see the cover of it.
Well, here's the cover of it.
Yeah,
My wife and I,
there you
3
go.
4 years ago. It's
Yeah,
called "Meant to Be: A Match Made in Heaven."
yeah.
A manual, just so you know,
Is
for
is
how to
that on
meet
your
marry,
website? You
and
said
go the distance with your lovey on the sea. Yes, it's on the website. You can
I
order
couldn't
it there.
find it. I
I've
couldn't
actually
find.
sold 5 copies, and it's a download. You don't get the book. It's just a download to your computer.
That's fine. And then I could
And
print it if I wanted to, but
well, you could print the whole thing, or it's all chronological. Probably the first 4 years of my marriage, from the very beginning,
yeah,
dating, singleness, loneliness, to going over there and marrying her, bringing her homesick. All the
yeah,
chronological. It's all chronological. So anywhere you can understand that, you can pick the ones you want to read, or
yeah. Whatever stage of life you're in, I
it's
guess.
only like $5.50.
Yeah. So yeah, $5.50. All right. So yeah, and I guess it's chronological in whatever stage of life you're in with dating a Filipina, which is really cool, and I like that.
It's like 550 pages. So, but there's a
Okay.
lot there.
Okay.
If you're brand new,
How much is
then
it?
start at
How
the
much is
beginning.
it for a download on your?
550.
Oh, it's 550. Okay. 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 So
$5.50.
550 pages for $5.50. That's a good
Oh,
deal.
that's just a coincidence, actually. I didn't know what to charge for it because somebody else, Ned, My Philippine Adventure, has
It's good.
a book,
Yeah.
and I'm sure it costs more
Yeah.
than that.
I got you. So I want to ask my audience, the 7 viewers that we possibly have, if we can get a decent vote
7.
up.
Oh,
Yeah, we're up to 7 now. So if we could get this, do you guys like this format between me and Bob and the possibility of bringing on guests? Do you want to see us do separate lives too? I don't know where you guys are watching. If you're watching on Bob's channel or my channel, let us know. Like, yeah. Well, we're doing a simulcast, but you guys are either watching on Bob's channel or my channel right now. So, let us know like what you prefer. I want to make additional content on mine, very similar to Bob's, like one-on-one, just talking to the camera, giving you guys practical advice. And then if you guys like this format between me and Bob doing this more often, maybe we'll try to do this. I just don't really know because I'm trying to gauge what everyone will possibly want out of this. The possibility of me and Bob kind of collaborating more together, or the possibility of us doing it separately, or me bringing him on as a guest sometimes, or the possibility of him and me doing this full time this way, and then also bringing on guests. Let me know.
Thanks, Rodney and Paul,
Okay.
for your opinion. I still think Paul needs to go to 8 hours. Hoodwinked by an
I like having
Angel. Michael Fazio has
you
8
both
hour
together.
videos. No, you can do that too. Bring up your watch time.
Okay. So the idea of doing interviews also is the possibility of bringing in like successful couples. People are not sexpats. Maybe even the possibility of bringing in an ex-expat. But the fact is, just to give them crap. But bringing in some old farts that are currently in the Philippines, bringing in some people, like how we can gauge, like the situations that they were going through in the Philippines, how and why they chose to go to the Philippines, how and why bringing their wife here and stuff, bringing in couples together here. I think it'd be a good idea. I have a few people lined up that I might talk to about that. I was kind of doing this with Bob, but if you guys like this, you guys want to see more of us doing things together, let us know. So
thanks for the feedback, because we've got 8 people here.
bringing on guests would add some disclosure, disclose and conversations. Okay. Okay. Collaborating is something that could be really cool. Okay. Yeah, successful couples would be very cool. Okay. I just want to know. Yeah. And then Paul T said, even collaborations with Christian couples from other YouTube channels. Yes, yeah, I know. Yeah, there's a lot of successful other YouTube channels out there that I want to reach out to, and I'm looking at the possibility of bringing them on. And I think it'd just be cool because we would know their experiences, how and why what they're doing on their channels, reaching out and collaborating with them and stuff too.
You can show them just one video here, just an example of what it looks like. We can add more to the screen.
Yeah,
And
I
it can
can't.
go on both websites, which is cool.
I think you can add up to 10 guests. So you can add yeah.
By the way, did you check this morning? Did you check and see if you got your comments to show up from the last live stream?
I didn't check that. I didn't get to check it. I didn't get to check it
because
we're gonna be able,
that works.
Yeah, we're gonna be able to figure that out
Okay.
after today. I'll be able to see if I can get my my live wasn't showing. So are you guys watching on Bob's channel or my channel? Just let us know. I want to know this before you guys leave. So
I would click away and check, but I don't want to log back in like I did the last.
Yeah. Let us know about that situation. If you're watching on Love Beyond the Sea, I know Bob
more views than I did the first one.
Well, that's because I was trying to work on my SEO a little bit with it. So I change my titles and stuff around sometimes.
So
Brandon's on Bob's channel. Paul is also on Bob's channel. So okay.
Well, I've done like 70 lives and I've got 1,630 videos out. So
gotcha.
I would hope that pays off, and that's more exposure.
I'm trying to get more views on my channel. So yeah. I'm watching. I'm subscribed to both. That's good. Yeah, I'm glad you're subscribed.
That's what we want you to do.
I'm not So everyone's watching on your. So everyone's watching on your channel, Bob. So that's a good thing, though. Yeah.
Well,
so
it gives you exposure too, and
both. Well, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. I'm happy that you guys are watching with me with Bob. I'm perfectly okay with doing it this way. I'm looking at different ideas. I don't know if I want to merge with Bob, so I don't know if Bob would be okay with that. I know he's trying to do.
What do you mean merge with Bob?
Oh, like me becoming part of your channel. So, but I don't know. But
do people do that?
You can. You have to allow me as like one of your crew. So,
I'm thrilled to be able to do this, and I'm grateful that you. Ask me about it. I just want to be as helpful to your channel as I can be.
It's fine. Yeah, I know. I'm just putting it out there. But
we have a similar worldview, which helps.
We do. Yeah. I know. We want to be individuals, so it's fine. I like you and Joanna.
Not me.
Yeah, I like you and Joanna and Paul because I want to eventually do it with my wife. So and Linda do that. I think my battery's
fine. I'm just want to help. That's all.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm not here to steal anybody's thunder.
No, it's good. It's good. I'm just happy to get more exposure. So,
Tall Tech, you've been here most of the night. I hope you've learned some things. We weren't expecting to go 4:19. My wife called me. There she's again. She's asking.
Yeah, I got to get ready to go to bed. I got to go work tomorrow.
Why are you taking so long? Well, because there's 7 people here. But she's at work. She's going to be
so good.
Where she's going to go after that.
All right, so I guess we're all going to close, and I guess we're done here tonight. If you guys have any more questions, comments, you guys want to see anything, you have any suggestions of the format that we're having here, let us know. We'll definitely check it out. You guys can let me know directly in my comments, or also let Bob know in his comments.
I just got one thing. Don't say I need to cut my hair. So anything other than that suggestion.
You don't need to cut your hair.
We'll get.
I need to cut. I need to get a haircut. Yeah, I'm gonna get a haircut though. So probably Monday I'll have to get a haircut. to trim this up. So
Really? You do that yourself?
I don't like it long. I actually have a problem. I have a
You do
problem.
your beard yourself?
Huh?
Do you shave your beard yourself?
I do cut it up. Yeah, I cut it up, but I like it more goatee-ish with
Okay.
other. Yeah. So
Well, some people do their hair and then the same person trims their beard.
long. Yeah. So
I
don't know. I need a haircut. This one I'm wearing a hat. So, but I like my hair.
Long.
I like my hair short. Okay.
Okay, well, that's fine. You know, my wife prefers it
Yeah.
shorter, but I've told her I can't do that high and tight
Yeah.
Filipino thing. I just sorry.
That's
now
good.
after 8 years, she accepts she can't change me on that.
Gotcha.
I don't want to get carried away, but look, I like her hair longer, and then it starts to hurt her head when it gets long, and so she got it cut shorter, and I have to admit, I do like her hair shorter. That's okay with me now because it looks good on her.
Yeah. So Bob, looks like the question, sorry, the answer is that they want to see us do this more. So, yeah.
Oh, that's great. I mean,
that's good. They want to see us do it more together.
Is an accomplishment. That's
I know.
A marathon.
Yeah.
And there's so many things we can talk about.
I know.
So many things.
Yeah, we're gonna, if you guys have any ideas of what you want us to talk about, we can. We can talk about our experiences in the Philippines. We can talk about other things. We want to include a lot of people. If you guys have any friends, share this. Let them know. I'm gonna try to put timestamps in this and do whatever I can with it to get more exposure to myself. But yeah, let us know how this goes, and I want to keep this going as long as we can. If you guys are okay with me taking next week off, I'd be appreciated. But if not, you guys really want me to do it, I will be here next Friday. I just wanted to kind of think through what I'm doing. So I just suggest a new Marvel movie. A new Marvel movie. So nice. What kind of new Marvel?
Well, this is the longest live stream I've ever been a part of, Paul.
Really? Okay. Yeah. I've never done a whole live, so
it's easier with two people though than
because we're able to talk. It's able to be more comfortable talking back and forth. So, yeah.
And we don't know what we're gonna say. It's all as we go.
Do what I got to do. Okay. I just want to make sure. Yeah. I'm really inconsistent with my channel, so I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to be more consistent with it. Bob has time, and I don't have enough time.
I'm retired.
I have a son. Yeah.
I mean, I could still go back to work for a little bit, but there's only so much you can make before you got to start paying it back. And
yeah, I know.
Financial advisor said we're not.
I want to do this full time, and if you guys can help me out and watch my stuff and help me get up to monetization status, it really helps me. It helps my wife, and helps both of us. So I want to do this more often. So.
We want to show people that you can bring a woman to the West if you pick a good woman.
Yeah, as long as you find a good woman.
Doesn't mean she's not going to be unscathed. You have to kind of monitor things because this is a different culture than where she's coming from. But it can be done. I'm living proof of that. Paul's going to be getting into that as soon as his wife can get here. Yep. And that will add to that part of his channel.
Yeah.
And again, check my YouTube playlist, Just Us, if you want to see my wife and I.
Yeah. And I have my vlogs. I think I'm up to like episode 10 or 11. Like my last one was us swimming with whale sharks. I have some more to add. I still have more from my trip to add of us doing canyoneering and other things. I went on an adventure with my wife, a pretty extensive adventure with her. I kind of put her through the ringer. So, yeah. Yeah, trying to get a YouTube channel going as well. It's a lot of work getting started to keep up going and trying to decide on the YouTube channel content. Yeah, it is. It is.
Rodney, if I'm currently running my book. You've got like 173
ideas,
topics all written out.
Yeah, and I'm running 2 channels right now. I'm running a tech channel also.
You can use any of those.
Yeah, and I'm kind of that one's scaling too right now. So, but I'm trying to decide where I'm gonna plant my feet at right now in that situation. So whether or not I'm gonna go full tech or full this eventually, but
well, good luck coming to a decision there.
Well, I like talking this because this comes natural. This one comes more natural than talking about tech. But I love talking about camera tech. You know, I really do. And it's just
lvbts.com, lvbts.com, or in YouTube, there's probably a link that goes
Yeah.
to in the comments and description, probably description that goes there. And then you can order the book, just look under resources or wherever it's
okay.
wherever it's listed.
I was trying to find it. I couldn't find it.
Oh, it's there. It's in
Yeah.
lvbts.com. At the top, it's got the different categories.
Okay. I'll look up it again. I need to find it again.
It should be clear. I don't want to click over there because then I might lose you here.
It's
but
fine.
you can, Rodney, you can use all those ideas because it's chronologically from beginning. Oh, I'm single. I hate it. What am I going to do? To now she's here. Now we're learning about each other, to all the way to when I'm dead. You know, where do I want her to be? How do I want to provide for her?
Yeah.
Just take any of those ideas and then just put, like I told Paul, put your own life into it because your life is unique.
Yeah.
Look at other people's comments and say, well, yeah, I can talk about that too. And write things down. Always write it down because you will forget.
I know. I was talking about that
will get you a good start. And what I'm trying to tell you is chronologically and what types of things you go through, and you'll understand.
Yeah.
And then you can think about that. Of course, getting married and being married gives you more ideas because you learn from your marriage.
Yeah, you do.
Like I have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I
think I'm learning. I've only been married a year. So, and I'm learning a lot more about what it is to be married. You know, both culturally, both godly. I mean, with everything. So,
yeah, it will make you a better man, which I think
definitely try. It'll try you.
Help you grow up.
Yeah,
that's why I think young people should get married. They will grow up faster.
Yeah,
but you got to have parents that will hold you accountable, or somebody in their life that will hold you accountable.
Yeah,
because there are times you won't want to be responsible like you should be.
No.
Your feelings get hurt. So you got to find people to talk to, get away so that you don't take it out on your wife. You talk to people, settle me down, give me the right perspective here before I make a decision that I regret, you know.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to head off here. You guys all have a great night. And
thank you, everybody. Thank you, Paul, for your time and dedication to putting this together.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You all have a wonderful night, and God bless you guys.
All right. Good night.